Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. If you are new here, please subscribe and click the notification bell. If you are returning, welcome home. Had a lot of angry and interesting. Hold on, technical difficulties. That should have fixed the problem. It's been a while since I've done it like this as far as a live stream. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. All right, there. Now we should be good. All right, yeah. So a lot of people had issues with my commentary as far as Dr. Umar Johnson and Dr. Jackie. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a normal show as usual. And I'm going to put down the panel link in case anybody wants to come up and voice their opinion on what I say tonight, what I've said in my commentary on my content, or anything else. All right, so it looks like Instagram a little bit different. All right, there we go. So first we're going to start with normal stuff while waiting to see if anybody wants to come up. First topic. Brittany Renner. It's been a long time since I've used this. All right, there we go. I'm gonna get it together pretty soon. All right, there we go. So Brittany Renner, she doesn't regret anyone she's had relations with and confirms 35 is her real body count. In this day and age, a lot of people, they have a 304 mentality. And with that 304 mentality, they have no problem discussing their past. They have no problem discussing who they've been with, why they've been with them, how many times. It is definitely a 304 mentality. Brittany Renner is one of the many people who have been open and honest, and I say more power to her. I think more people should be upfront with their past and what they have going on so we can all make informed decisions.
Brittany Renner.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're rebranding yourself right now in a sense?
I think I'm just being myself.
Yeah.
I'm not sorry for a motherfucking thing I did. I don't
Right,
regret
yeah.
anyone I sucked or swallowed.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Period.
I'm not, and guess what? I don't have to do all that, and I'm still going to get everything I want.
Mhm. By the way, is 35 really the real number?
Yeah,
Is that really the real number?
You have the,
Bro, that body count is low as hell. I don't know what people are talking about. I saw that shit. I said, that bitch lying.
Yeah, so you got women who look attractive who are saying that 35 is a low body count. Well, I'm here to tell you that Brittany Renner is only giving the number of the people who she's not ashamed of being with. And women will do that. Men too. If they are proud of who they're with or who they used to be with, they're going to let the world know. So she's proud. She has 35 people that she's proud of. The rest of them don't count. They were either samples, examples. They were slow Tuesday, bored Wednesday, that type of thing. And I think it's great that people are upfront and honest with things like that. I think in addition to promoting somewhat of a 304 mentality, it also will help everyone make an informed decision. Because what if you want to avoid them? What if you want to avoid being with somebody like that? Well, now you have the option to pick and choose, who you want to be with and be able to make an informed decision. I say more power to her. Now, I will say this much. One day she's going to want to have a change in career. She's going to want people to take her more serious, and her doing this whole body count thing is going to come back to bite her. As far as putting her number out there, writing the book, that's going to come back to bite her, and it's going to keep her from being taken seriously. So it's more like the sins of right now are going to pay for it in the future. And I think that when that bridge is ready to be crossed, she'll cross it, and she'll probably come back out and regret even having an open and public life. But it seems like in this day and age of everybody wanting to be famous, everyone wanting to have attention, the more shocking you are, the more attention you get. And different media influencers, no longer content creators or social media influencers, but these media influencers, they know how to generate attention, and they know how to turn it into dollar signs. And that's what's helped Brittany Renner be rich. So I say more power to her. It's her life. And I'm pretty sure that when her daughter grows up, or I think she has a daughter, whenever her kid grows up, they'll be able to, her and the father will be able to have the conversation and get them to understand why they made the decisions that they made. And they'll simply look around and say, we got this mansion, we have these exotic cars, you have this nice clothes, you go to this great school, you got money for your future. This is the reason why we were out here 304 and busting down. Yep. Yeah, so one thing I hate about StreamYard, it won't let you. Anyway, yeah, I'm not trying to hear about the going ons behind these StreamYard streets. All right, I see nobody has hit the link. And again, hey, everybody who is in my comment section, I'm not going to show the comments on the screen because a lot of you all will just say, really stinking up the place. This is your time to come up and express your opinion and say what you got to say. All right, so this is Tonya TKO. She's giving her 2 cents on Simone Biles saying that her husband, let's see, what's the husband's name? I forgot the man's name. The husband, Jonathan Owens, is the prize.
Simone Biles' husband, they'll call me Jonathan Owens' wife.
Girl, God. So you see what's happening. She is already thinking of ways to shrink herself for him. Girl, you are a 6-time Olympic gold medalist. You got the Person of the World Award from Obama. You've been in the White House. Girl, listen, and you achieved all of this at your age now. Where do you go from here? You see, because for some of these people, the goal is.
So I got to be the one to say it. People think that they're helping Simone Biles. They think that they're uplifting her. They're trying to shake sense into her. What they don't realize is that they're ruining her. By putting down her husband and positive things that she's saying about her husband, you're really putting down Simone Biles. And what a lot of these women online are saying, and no shade to Tonya TKO, is that these women, or women online, and really people online, men as well, they don't know what being a cheerleader is. A lot of women online, they cannot uplift their man. They can't be a cheerleader. They can't be his piece. They say be his piece. They say that they're all for their man. They're all for catering. Everybody's fit them in and friendly. But when Simone Biles is actually doing that in real time, people have a problem with her. They go off and rattle off her accolades. She knows she did that stuff because she was there when she did it. The issue is that the people who don't believe in catering to a man, don't believe in being a cheerleader, don't believe in uplifting your man, don't believe in being proud of who you're with, they're wanting Simone Biles to basically divorce her husband and get with who? We all agree that Simone Biles is at the top of the food chain when it comes to gymnastics. She's number one in the world, greatest of all time, so on and so forth. Who would you want Simone Biles to be with? Because if Simone Biles is like, okay, I'm going to divorce my husband, who should I get with? You all are not going to have anyone lined up for her because the same things that you want, she wants. You all go on these internet dating shows like Kendra G, and you say, oh, well, I want a man who's 6'3", athletic build with a six-pack. He makes six figures. He's nice. He's kind. He's strong. He's this, he's that. You all name off this whole laundry list of the type of man that you want. Simone Biles has that man. She has that man with Jonathan Owens. And when she has the man that you all say you all want, based off the description, you all have a problem with him. No, what it is you all vicariously are living through Simone Biles, and you believe, well, Simone Biles is lowering herself. I'm not going to lower myself. So she's making me look bad because she's lowering herself. No. She got what she wanted in a man. She doesn't need a man to make more money, to acquiesce to her, to serve her. Because a lot of women these days, they believe that a man is here to serve them. They believe they should be able to give the man a honey-do list. They should fuss at the man, put hands on the man, and the man should just take it like he's a doll, like he doesn't have any feelings. And that's the problem and the reason why a lot of you all are single and really can't get along with anybody in addition to other women, is because you all are not looking at Jonathan Owens as the type of man that you all more than likely would get with if given a chance. And Simone Biles is no different than you all. She is 26 years old. A lot of you all, when you were 26, you had a child or two, you had debt, you had a college degree you couldn't do anything with, you had a weight problem, eating problem, mental illness from unresolved childhood issues. The list goes on. Whereas you see someone like Simone, she's happy. She's happy. She's content with her husband. Simone Biles is an alpha woman, and she believes that everything that she wants in life, she should be able to have because she's competitive. So when she says that her husband, Jonathan Owens, is the prize, what she's saying is that she went on the hunt, slid in his DM, swiped on him. She drove to him. She wanted him. She got what she wanted. A lot of women believe that it doesn't matter what the situation is, they should not pursue a man. And traditionally speaking, I agree. But understand that if you're not going to go pursuing men, then you only get what comes to you. And that might be the reason why your relationships haven't worked out, the reason why you're unhappy, and the reason why someone like Simone, who you were not clapping for or watching her gymnastic meets, you didn't say anything when she came forward and said that she was a victim of abuse by the same gymnastics organization that tried to cover up said abuse. Everything that you all rattle off about Simone Biles, that same organization, that same industry covered up a lot of stuff and made her into a victim. So what you hold as high regard to her might be things that she achieved, but that does not define her. And what defines her is her as a person and her husband, the husband that she chose. Now, she was with somebody previously in a previous relationship. He also was a gymnast, and it didn't work out. She was in a relationship with Stacey Irvin Jr. He's another guy that fits the bills and the mold that a lot of women like, you know, dude who's athletic, he's fit, he's tall and all that. It didn't work out with Stacey, who was a fellow gymnast, who you all probably would have said wouldn't have been good enough for her either. And she got with Jonathan Owens, and that's who she wanted. Now, we have to think about the elephant in the room when it comes to Simone Biles, and that is Simone is in gymnastics, and majority of the girls there are white. So while she and the other girls are gushing over different men who are also white, they probably are not checking for Simone because of how she looks. And the white guys more than likely are checking for the white girls. And then you got the black guys who are also checking for the white girls. So Simone Biles has been more than likely passed up a lot of times, despite her accolades. Because a lot of men who are in professional sports, they tend to lean more towards women who are white or who have a proximity to whiteness. So Simone Biles may have had an issue with dating because they don't like that she's 4 foot something. She's very, very short. She'd be considered, she's a little bit taller than a dwarf. And then she's dark-skinned black woman. She may have had issues with that. We don't know all of the things that she struggled with. So by trying to take away her joy and say that you choosing Jonathan Owens, you lowered yourself, you dated down, you're making a mistake, you're taking away her joy and not even hearing her in the fact that she's happy. Now, I got it. Relationships, marriages, they do tend to go to divorce. They do tend to end because of negative reasons. But she's happy now, and I think we should allow her to have her joy, be happy, and celebrate her, not just for her accomplishments, but for her getting what she wanted out of life versus having to make a bunch of mistakes and then getting it later on down the road, like a lot of us have to do.
To be able to get the baddest girl they can and turn her into a house servant. They don't want a person who wants to be a house servant. They want to brag. Oh, look, I turned this girl from an Olympic gold medalist into a floor mopper.
The other day I said, you know what? In a couple years, nobody is going to call him Simone Biles' husband. They'll call me Jonathan Owens' wife.
Oh, God.
Yeah, they are mad. They are angry. That Simone Biles is proud of her man. And to be fair and to be balanced, I will say this. As far as career goes, Jonathan Owens, he was not drafted when he entered into the NFL draft. He went all those rounds without being drafted, and he ended up basically trying out for the Arizona Cardinals and got picked up. That's kind of considered normal for someone who plays defense, because when it comes to the NFL, the people who tend to stand out is offense. So him being undrafted 2018, that's kind of normal when it comes to sports. And he's currently playing. Now, there is a possibility that he could go down the route of Croy Bierman, where he gets hurt and no one else picks him up as far as in the league, and he's kind of like done as far as his career. So there's that. But unlike Kim Zolciak, Simone Biles is a brand, and she has the ability to make enough money for both of them while Jonathan gets on his feet and figures things out if it comes down to that. But I think that right now, with them doing a media tour, talking about their marriage and just talking with different people, they are doing things to ensure they'll have longevity. And Jonathan does seem to have somewhat of let's say swag. He does have the look of somebody who could be an announcer or social media personality, or to do something else as far as business, so on and so forth. I wish Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens the best. and hopefully they go the distance. All right, so next we got okay. All right, here we go.
Pristine shots, no great camera angles, just me talking about Jonathan Owens and having to defend him for something he doesn't or shouldn't need defending for. He was telling the story of the way he met his wife, Simone Biles, on our show, and she was also there. And he told this story with so much love in their eyes. And every time they looked at one another, you can tell how beautiful it was to them. But everyone is now twisted and taken that and made it something negative. What people haven't done is watch the entire show. Watch.
All right, let me stop you right there. So for those of us who have watched this entire show, you were asking leading questions, and basically you were leading him into controversy. Jonathan Owens doesn't know that there's like a gender war going on. He took the bait on a lot of stuff, and that's where a lot of the clips have come from, in addition to what Simone Biles has said. So Ryan Clark, he did his job. Okay, he asked certain questions to make it appear that Jonathan Owens wasn't really checking for Simone Biles and that getting with her was a downgrade. A lot of stuff that was said or asked as a leading question, Jonathan fell for, unfortunately, and he probably hasn't had that much media training because he doesn't get a lot of TV time, because he plays defense, and defense doesn't really shine that much. But yeah, I mean, you all did your job in creating controversy. I don't think I think those who watched the whole show see exactly what was done, and hopefully Jonathan kind of learns next time, because even though they're leaning into what was said and leaning into what was agreed to, there was a lot of decision making that was done would have not been done had Jonathan Owens been more, we'll just say, experienced dealing with media who are always trying to fish for a story and create sensationalism when there really isn't none. All right, so next we're going to go into Dr. Umar Johnson.
Kobe Bryant.
Let me ask you a
Kobe
question.
Bryant.
I want to ask you a question.
Kobe Bryant died. Vanessa inherited his wealth.
Sure.
And guess what? Is Vanessa Bryant using any of that black man's money to do any good in the black community?
Let me ask you
absolutely fucking not.
We don't know.
Well, okay, what did Kobe Bryant do to spend the money in the black community while he was here? Because see, the problem with the pro-blacks, they want to tell you what to do with your resources as if you don't have your own brain. They want to tell you how to spend your money, where to sleep at night, who to marry, who to date, what to do, how to think. They want you to have altruism for the black community, as opposed to being honest that most people, when they get some money, they're not trying to live in black neighborhoods and black communities. It's overwhelming in those places. You can't just simply pour money into them and fix them up, or go around talking to people and fix them up. It's so toxic there because of the people who were there. Not all, but enough that when people get money, they move, they leave, and they don't go back unless it's to maybe hang out. And a lot of people who go back to hang out, they end up getting hurt. So my issue with the pro-blacks is you all go on these podcasts and you have your social media platform and you drive traffic to you wherever you go. Why are you all not in the hood where it's crime riddled, people are poor, there's not that much opportunity? Why are you not there working with people on the street, and preaching and stuff there. Because again, if when Kobe Bryant was alive, what he did with his money for himself or to help out black people, that was his choice. His wife is not black. And by the pro-black standard of you being quote unquote black by having two black parents, his kids aren't black. So once Kobe passed away, that's it. There's no more black community for them. So why are you worried about what he does with the money? Or why are you worried about what Vanessa does with her money? Now, if you had a nonprofit, people could donate to your nonprofit, but most pro-blacks don't even have a nonprofit. They want you to donate to their Cash App and they go and spend that money on bills and whatever else.
Listen,
I don't know.
I'm telling.
Yeah. Sure.
And guess what? Is Vanessa Bryant using any of that black man's money to do any good in the black community?
Let me ask you.
Absolutely fucking not.
We don't know.
Yeah. You know, most black people who are affluent, the reason why they don't help out the black community is because money is not going to change the collective of black people. Only the individual can change the individual. Most people have a mindset issue. You give them more money, they spend more money on what they already spend money on. So if somebody smokes and drinks all day, you give them $1 million, they more than likely are going to smoke and drink it up and just put the money right back into the same hands it came from. And the reason being is because no one really gets into financial education. They say, oh, well, when I get my hands on some money, I'll figure out what to do with some money. And then when you see people put their hands on money, they spend it on expenses and liabilities, or let it sit in a bank account, or they get into shady, risky business deals with friends and family and lose the money. Now I'm not pocket watching like Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm not pocket watching at all. But what I'm saying is people are spending the money they want to spend it. And the only way you're going to save the black community is, and it's going to sound controversial, but the only way it can be saved is if people with broken, poor thinking die off. And the younger generation who have more access to technology, who are more open-minded, they have access to resources, they don't have the hangups that we have, including unresolved childhood issues and going on about 1850s, 1950s talking points. Those are going to be the ones to change the black community by simply existing and doing things different than what we did to basically put ourselves in the position that we're in right now. That's basically what's going to happen. So Generation Z and Generation Alpha, and after that, those are going to be the ones to save the black community, while the rest of us are going to be in rocking chairs and in retirement homes or in trailer parks, arguing with each other like we do on panels. All the arguing and yelling that has been going on for years, even in decades, nothing has changed, so on and so forth. All right, so another thing that people had an issue with is with the situation with Dr. Umar Johnson talking about Jonathan Majors. Well, I'm here to tell you that Dr. Umar Johnson basically said Jonathan Majors would not be possibly facing jail time or even be in this situation and would have not lost his opportunity had he been with a black woman. So what that tells me is that he could, if he would have been talking down and big timing or big me little Ewing a black woman, picking up a black woman, smashing her head into a vehicle, and maybe doing other type of things that are considered domestic violence, both physical and verbal, that he would have got away with it because black women are, I guess, punching bags. They're not going to call the cops. They're going to let you do whatever you want to do. And to me, that's the wrong answer. That's the wrong answer. But that's what he put out there. He's a Pan-Africanist. A lot of people follow him. A lot of people are influenced by him. And okay, if you all want to beat up on Black women as opposed to other groups and not get in trouble, what does that say about the Black community? If a leader is promoting this as a solution or a way to do things differently, and that goes back to Vanessa Bryant not wanting to spend her money in the Black community, Kobe Bryant not wanting to spend money in the Black community, because Kobe Bryant really identified as being French. He identified as being French. He identified with being other. And that's why he got with Vanessa Bryant when he was young and he first got into the NBA, because that mindset is what attracted him to her, not just her looks. Jonathan Majors, he didn't choose people who look like him. Should he have? Well, I mean, he got with Megan Good now, Mrs. Skin Bleach, allegedly, but he only got with her as a means to bounce back when falling from grace. So when you look at a lot of guys who are rich and famous and are Black, you see, quote unquote, who they really choose, and that's who they choose. Unless they get in some trouble, then all of a sudden they're choosing people who look like them. Now, I'm not telling anybody who to be with or who not to be with. I'm not promoting anything, but what I will say is that people get with who they want to get with, and you gotta let them have what they want to have. The whole, we all got to come together. We all got to put our money together. We all have to have group economics. That stuff sounds good on paper, but when people get money and a lot of people are attracted to them or find them attractive, who the person picks is who they pick, and we have to be honest about the situation. So will Jonathan Majors serve jail time after the guilty verdict? So he faces up to a year in jail when sentenced February 6th of 2024. And so Brett Ward, that's a partner of Blake Rome and a woman named Kate, they, both of who are not connected to the case, they say, I would say that it's highly unlikely that he does any type of significant time. While misdemeanors are punishable up to a year in prison, such a heavy sentence would be normally unlikely, with options like behavioral programs and probation also at the judge's discretion. So people are up in arms about the situation. They haven't even seen how Jonathan Majors has been sentenced. What they are seeing is that he's lost a lot of opportunity and he can get it back. I mean, Robert Downey Jr., he got it back. A lot of other people get it back. I think the issue is that Jonathan Majors, with him being, let's see, with him being 34, by the time he gets his mojo back, dude might be in his early 40s. And when he would have lost a lot of time between now and bouncing back, for him to get back to being an A-lister. He more than likely going to be doing Black movies and Black television shows. Nothing wrong with that, but look at Taraji P. Henson. She's basically done Black movies, Black television, and she complains about being paid. She mentioned the Benjamin Button movie, but majority of stuff that Taraji P. Henson's been in has been, we'll just say, for Black people. And she's complaining. Other actors and actresses who have done Black movies and television, they're not complaining. I'm not saying that they're happy, but Taraji's never been we'll just say she's never been the star of a movie, the star of a show, and she's done the Black stuff. Jonathan Majors more than likely is going to have to crawl his way back. And unfortunately, with doing Tyler Perry movies, those are great, but the only person who really wins with that stuff is Tyler Perry. that's just how it is. A lot of the movies and television shows that are black made for black audiences, the people who usually win are the people who are at the very top, the executives, the producers, so on and so forth. The actors rarely get recognized by the rest of the industry because it just seems like when it comes to a black role, we limit ourselves to selling drugs, rapping. We limit ourselves to hardship, and most of the time, the stories are not moving enough to really draw a large crowd. Not all, but just a lot of times. And there's enough black people in America for all black movies and black television shows to do extremely well and break records, but we just don't support it collectively. We don't support it. People weren't thinking about Jonathan Majors until he got arrested. I didn't see a lot of you all talking about him being Kang the Conqueror. He did an amazing job. He was one of the top villains in Marvel, if not top actors playing a character. I liked all of Jonathan Majors' work. I think he's an amazing talent. I think he's a great actor. And a lot of you all weren't checking for him until now. Now you're weighing in. Now all of a sudden, Dr. Umar is putting his 2 cents in about who Jonathan Majors chose. And it's like, well, why didn't you say that? Or why weren't you hammering that home before he got arrested? Okay, because now the damage has been done and it is what it is. So Jonathan Majors may end up doing just behavioral stuff. I mean, it's a misdemeanor. He might have to pay a fine. He'll be fine. He's going to have to just crawl back to where he was before being arrested and before losing a lot of projects. All right. And so I got this out of order, but just kind of going back to Simone Biles. Let's see. All right, so Thequeenmaker, she has a few things to say.
Lit up social media. He goes on to say that he didn't know who she was when he swiped across her on a dating app. He then goes on to say that he always thinks that men are the prize. And so he didn't actually pull her, she actually pulled him because men are the prize. Then it was further revealed that on their first date, she drove 45 minutes to see him. So let me tell you what I see, because a lot of people are tripping over him. I actually don't see him as the problem. I see her as the problem. Let me tell you why. I ain't never heard his name. And there's plenty of people that I've heard of, even though I don't watch football. So first and foremost, he says that he didn't know who she was. Now that's plausible that he might have not known who she was. But he then says that he saw how many followers she had and she must be good or somebody. Me knowing men and knowing that he's not as popular as she is, this is a way for him to attach himself to something that's even bigger than he is to boost himself up. So it ain't really no love and no real like for this person here. This is all a game. And he let it be known that it was a game of power as he did that interview. Diminishing her publicly, letting the world know he ain't know her, and how she drove 45 minutes to see him, which corroborates him being the prize, as she, who is the 7-time Olympic medalist, pursues Mr. Unknown here. He didn't drive to see her. So what this tells me is that even though she is successful in her field, her self-esteem and her self-worth is not as high as you would think.
Wow. Majority of people who are rich and famous actually date people who are, we'll just say, less than, where someone like Michael Jordan, Elon Musk, Oprah Winfrey, they're with people who are not in their industry or who have not been as successful as they are, because they're not dating someone by their attributes. They're dating someone based off of the person. They're with somebody who makes them happy. Now, in this day and age, when you date someone, you got to look them up on social media. You just got to do it. I mean, and the reason being is because you could tell a lot by someone as far as by the content that they make, what they post to social media. It can help you get to know somebody. And he's like, he saw that she had millions of followers. She must be somebody. And that interested him. And I'm sure she looked him up as well. And, you know, it is what it is. It is not like he's trying to attach himself to her. I mean, I guess you could say there's an argument for that because he mentioned that. But Simone Biles knows how many people she has as far as followers. She knows how many people she has as far as followers. It's not like it's a secret or anything. And what I mean is, let me go to Simone Biles. Let's pull her up. All right, so Simone Biles has 7 million followers. 7 million. What Simone probably did was she big timed him, letting him know, even though I'm not like the girls you're used to dating, because he's used to being with white girls, even though I'm 4 foot something and I'm not as tall as the women that you've been with, here's the things I got going on for me. And she laid out all the positives she has about herself, including when he looked her up, saw that she had millions of followers. All this is a part of attraction. When a man, let's say, looks at a woman and sees her in Walmart, he's looking at her breast, her butt, her waist, her thighs. He's checking out her attributes. And when it comes to celebrities, they also check out someone else's attributes, including their social media followers. That's a normal thing in this day and age, because we got to understand that, you know, while the rest of us are 35 plus, 40 plus, 50 plus, and we don't really too much care about social media, in the world of the young people who were in their 20s, Simone Biles being 26, Jonathan Owens being 28, 20-something year olds that grew up with technology and social media, they're going to look at stuff like this. Like, you know, how is somebody on TikTok? How is somebody with YouTube? Like, how are they? You know, what can I see about them? They may even put their name in the Google to see if any type of crime has happened in this person's name. People do that type of stuff to check each other out. It's a part of the vetting process. And I think more people should include social media with vetting. You want to include everything you can so you can make an informed decision. Simone Biles was sitting there and she was proud that she had millions of followers. She's proud of it. You think it's cap? Well, I mean, okay, why would we think it's cap? Because if I were to ask you, what year was Simone Biles dubbed the Final Five, you probably couldn't even tell me. If I were to ask you what years she was on the national team, you probably couldn't even tell me. And again, Simone Biles, she achieved all this starting 2012. So 2012, that's like over 10 years ago. This dude was 18 around that time. He may not have been checking for he might have not really been into different type of sports. And for all we know, he's just not really cultured. Because I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really watch gymnastics. I know who Simone Biles is from seeing her on the Wheaties box and hearing about her on the news. But that was back when I was younger, when I was in like my 20s. So maybe it's cat, maybe we don't know. But a lot of people are like, hey, I know Simone Biles. I know who she is. She's international famous. You'd be surprised. There are some people who, if they say that they didn't know he didn't know who she was. I mean, it is what it is. She's not bothered by it. I'm pretty sure that she would appreciate being with somebody who's not, or who claims they don't know her, so she can feel normal. Said he's an athlete. All athletes don't know each other. Okay. And if you're like, well, all athletes do know each other, then how come nobody knew who Jonathan Owens was until he got with Simone Biles? She probably drove 40 minutes to be with him after looking him up, seeing his stats and seeing his body, and she might like his swag, style, and charisma. Who knows? Can you all name more gymnasts than Simone Biles? What about her skills? As far as the floor exercise, balance beam, the vault, I don't know this stuff. My question to the woman talking on the video would be, does she have a stable relationship? So Thequeenmaker, she plays for the other team, so to speak. And she's currently dating someone, a YouTuber named B. Taylor. And I mean, it looks pretty stable. There's not been any type of social media, we'll just say, drama as far as anybody exposing anybody else. There hasn't been that. If he wasn't an athlete, it would probably make sense. But come on now, I mean, you all are trying to make it seem like all athletes know each other. I'm here to tell you that gymnastics. So, okay, speaking as a black person, okay, I'm gonna be real with you. When it comes to black people, we know basketball, we know football, we kind of know baseball. That's about it. Volleyball, gymnastics, those are considered quote unquote white people sports. That's what Simone Biles was in. So you all are not really considering that black people are narrow-minded when it comes to things that we don't consider black people stuff. And Simone Biles was in what would be considered a white person sport. Because Jonathan isn't head honcho. Yeah, I mean, he plays defense. He hasn't really had that much time to shine because defense doesn't really get many accolades. People are tired of these rich athletes dating and marrying outside the neighborhood. And when they get into trouble, they want our sympathy. Jonathan Majors. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I agree. I think we should look at Jonathan Majors like he's any other person, not, oh, well, he left the community and now he's making us look bad, or, he should have been with a black woman. She wouldn't have called the cops. I think we should look at him as a man. He did what men should not do, and that is put hands on women, hands and paws on women. If anything, we as men should walk away. Nothing wrong with defending yourself by blocking and maybe dodging, but walking away. It shouldn't be putting hands and paws on somebody. I think black women who push hypergamy need to consider that Simone Biles isn't operating from a scarcity mindset like that. She has her own, and she is the best of the best. She can date whoever. Exactly. She can date whoever she wants to date. And people act like they don't understand stuff like that. You know what? Yeah. That comment right there is I don't have many sound effects over here. Got to get them, but yeah, I completely agree. But some people are household names, whether you watch or follow their sport or area of expertise. Well, okay, there's an argument for that. I think what people are basically looking at is if I know who the person is, everyone else should know who the person is. And I pretty much lay it out like this. You see news anchors on TV every night, you're going to know who they are. Or if you see them a lot, you're going to know who they are. As far as this Jonathan Owens guy, I mean, he went to middle school in St. Louis. He was linebacker of the year at his high school. The high school that he went to was the Christian Brothers College High School. Most Christians are not really of the world. And I'm not trying to justify it, but I'm just explaining it's possible that he did not know who she was. Maybe if he speaks more about it, he can better elaborate. I think it's possible. No, we ain't, but he knew, period. Okay, we're saying that he knows. Okay. I guess he knew he's fronting. But okay, let me ask you this. Let's just say he was lying about not knowing who Simone Biles is. What does that ultimately mean? That he's using Simone to boost up his social media? To what end? What ends would that be, or that would have for him to boast up his social media? Like how would that benefit him as a football player? Because he's got 401,000 followers. She has 7.1 million. Boosting up his social media, how would that help him as far as football? How would that help him as far as his career? Beyonce is known even to folks who don't listen to hip hop or R&B. Well, Beyonce's done movies as well, and she's been talked about in the blogs. So she is an international sensation. But there could be somebody who's young in their 20s who's like, I don't know who Beyonce is. I mean, because again, we're not talking about people who are in their 30s or 40s, but people who are in their 20s, you never know. You never know. So now we're saying Simone Biles worships black men. How do we get this? My mom says that the man should always love the woman more if you want a lasting relationship, like in for the long haul. I'm going to say this much, though. Generation Z and Generation Alpha A, they are different than the baby boomers, and they're different from the silent generation. The times have changed. He supposedly got caught lying about knowing who she was. Okay, if he got caught lying, he got caught lying. I think it's best to just kind of give him the benefit of the doubt, because the more we debunk him and tear him down, it makes her look bad, especially since she's standing by her man, which she should. He might be a game player, not just football either. Video games. I think they are in love, but lasting love, who knows? Yeah, who knows? Just had to keep his self-esteem up. He probably has an ego like many athletes. He might. he did seem like he had swag, style, and charisma in the interview that he was in with Simone Biles right there by his side. So who knows? Who knows? What we do know is he wouldn't have looked her way. Why? Because he don't think she's it, the end. Well, the women in the past that he's dated have been white girls. So, I mean, to me, that would be a red flag, and that'd be something to look into. But unfortunately, when it comes to Simone, and we have to understand that in addition to Simone Biles being a survivor of assault at the hands of one of the Olympic, we'll just say, who was this person? Let me get the actual information. So there's a guy named Larry Nassar. So Larry Nassar was a gymnastics physician, and he's the one who essayed her. And all the other victims were white. And so that doesn't really make a difference, but just put in context that Simone has been the victim of SA. She came forward and she didn't attend Nassar sentencing hearings because she was still hurt. And that was 2018 when that happened. And she said that she wasn't emotionally ready to face Larry Nassar. So you got that. Then the fact that when she was born, March 14, 1997, in Columbus, Ohio, her birth mother, Shannon Biles, was unable to care for Simone and the other children, and all went in and out of foster care. So Simone has issues with acceptance, and she's been abused. So she doesn't really trust the system. So we could say that Simone lowered herself to be with Jonathan because she feels less than and doesn't really feel secure in herself. So there is a case for that. I think we'll know more in the future. But the only reason why I'm kind of defending Simone and Jonathan, or taking up for both of them and individually, is because if we tear down Jonathan, we're tearing down Simone Biles. I'll say it again. If we tear down Jonathan and show that Jonathan's using her, he doesn't really love her, he's going to cheat on her, he's going to leave her, that Simone lowered herself to be with him. If we do that, we're basically tearing down Simone Biles, and she didn't do anything wrong. She didn't do anything wrong. And now, some people would say, well, she should pick better and this or that. And that might be the case, but we won't know that she picked bad or picked lower than what she should have until the future, if something, happens or something comes out about this. The panel's open too, if anybody wants to come up and defend Dr. Umar, defend Dr. Jackie. They want to weigh in on the Simone Biles situation. Simone can help boost his celebrity status, but not his football career. A boost in his popularity can help him get more endorsements and opportunities outside of sports. Well, the endorsements and opportunities, they got to be based off of his performance. Now, I will say that he can get an opportunity using his social media to leverage name, image, and likeness to possibly get stuff. But look at it like this. You all have to look at it like this. Because Simone Biles wanted him and got him, it benefits her by his social media being boosted up. Because let's say he gets to 7 million subscribers himself on Instagram and whatever social media platform he's in. As long as they're together and they're happy, a benefit for him is a benefit for her and their marriage and their union and possibly future kids. So Simone will want to help him achieve his purpose because it's going to benefit her in the long run. What if Simone wants to take off work and doesn't want to be in the spotlight while she's pregnant with their kids? What if she wants to take time off and relax? The more that he's improved, that increases the chance of him being able to provide for her while she rests, because she can't do gymnastics forever. She can't do gymnastics forever. So they both are working on being a brand together. And that's what people tend to forget, is that no matter who you get with, for better or worse, once you get married, you are one, you are now a team. And I would argue that even when you're in a relationship, you're one and you're a team. So if one person benefits, they both benefit, unless they're going in business for themselves and they are really treating each other like a placeholder and a plaything. That's a different story. But we're just kind of going off of the positives and not trying to be Debbie Downers. And that if they are a team, married or not, boyfriend and girlfriend or not, if one benefits, they both benefit. So by tearing him down, you're tearing her down. If you chase a man, he will run. So she better put her athletic body to work. Well, she caught him. So if he did run, he couldn't run really fast. He couldn't run that fast. I think a woman should date men who they know she's hit his ideal. Just my opinion. That I agree. If he's been with nothing but white girls or majority white girls, he probably has a preference. And if he has a preference, that preference issue will come out. And unfortunately, if I knew her before she met him or while they were dating, before they got married, I would have told her, like, hey, the last women that he's been with, that's probably what he really wants. And he may be getting with you and settling for you. Maybe you're pressuring him into marriage. There's a lot to unpack with that. And when it comes to these situations and you're kind of like meeting someone who's already married, already living with someone, building a life with them, you really can't be too heavy-handed with the information, because you may cause them to turn on each other. All rich athletes and entertainers transfer their resources to non-Black women. Nothing new. Started with Michael Jordan, Robert Smith, Kanye, and Brian Allen. Yeah, there is an issue with that, and I do agree. So Dr. Umar Johnson going on social media upset that Vanessa Bryant's not giving any of her money to the Black community. I mean, that stuff, it just happens. It just happens. And then, someone like Denzel Washington, who's been with his wife forever, and she's Black, we don't think of him as being an entertainer when we talk about these conversations, because there are Black people who are rich who get with other Black people, like Oprah Winfrey. There's a whole laundry list. You could even say Tia Mowry. Even though she divorced her husband, she probably would get back with him. So there are a lot of rich athletes and entertainers who get with Black people. I think we focus on the ones who get with non-Black people or non-Black women. Sometimes we may be focusing on a gender war or focusing on talking points and not really understanding that people pick who they want to pick. And I'm going to say this much. I'm just going to say this much. If you're like me, and you grew up in a Black neighborhood and you clawed to escape and get out, you more than likely are going to want to be around people who have the same mindset as you, even if they have a different race as you. Because nobody wants drama and dysfunction. It is what it is. It is what it is. So I'm not going to fault anybody for getting who they want to get with. My argument would be this: before they become rich and famous and successful, why are we tearing them down? Why are we tearing down people who make A's and B's in the classroom? Why are we focused on racing to the bottom collectively? Why are we not uplifting everybody so that everybody can win, and not, pedestalizing people who are rich and entertainers? Like each individual person is responsible for what he or she wants to do. And I think we should elevate each other and not focus on people who make it to a certain tier. I don't think that black folks are handling. I do think that black folks are handling this terribly. I agree. So they're trying to make Simone Biles be a mammy, and it's just like, you all understand that she is not the top but she's not the top black athlete in the world as far as gymnastics, or the top female or woman. Simone Biles is considered the greatest of all time as far as gymnastics. Black women should be standing up and applauding everything she does, because she's inspiring other black girls to get into the industry. And to me, that's a win. Just like with Serena and Venus Williams. People should be applauding them for them inspiring others, not, oh, what she got with a white man. I mean, who cares? Because if Serena and Venus Williams were not athletes and not successful, same thing with Simone Biles, you all wouldn't be checking for her. When a lot of men get online and they list off who looks beautiful, who looks fine to them, they all are preference. They all pass the paper bag test. They all have proximity to whiteness. It is what it is, so on and so forth. So it's just like, okay, so many people are colorist, both men and women, that why would we expect anyone to not be anti-black when it comes to who they're going to spend the rest of their life with? So with Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens, we should applaud them, because they both, from my understanding, are ADOS and FBA, and that's a union that we should be supporting, not tearing it down just for content purposes. I know that she might be a little insecure. How is all this negativity helping her? Yeah, it's not helping her. Exactly, melanated vessel is not helping her. Well, I'm from the Dr. Umar camp. Okay, hey, come up, speak your piece, or stay in the comment section. But from the last content that I put up there, he was like, if Jonathan Majors would have been with a black woman, she would not have called the cops. She would have not wanted to see that brother humbled, even though he putting hands and paws on somebody. So it is what it is. It is what it is. I literally love to see healthy love. This negative press isn't helpful. It can put negative space where there was none. Exactly. Like, people are basically saying that Simone Biles should be single until the collective of black people pick her someone to be with. And it's like, well, who's she going to be with if she's the greatest of all time at the very top? Who's she going to be with? Do you want her to man share? I mean, who's she going to be with? We already know they preference the end. Yeah, there is a thing about preference, and I will give you that. I'm not even going to sit here and stunt that there's a lot of preference and a lot of self-hate out there, which is why we should not be hating on Simone and Jonathan. She could turn his mindset. I've seen that. A black guy who only dated out and never experienced his own. Once he does, if he likes it, he never looks at Becky again. Ever. Yeah, exactly. It is possible to change minds. Kobe and many more. Okay. Black people are the ones making more out of this situation than we need to. I am beginning to think we kill our own relationships and negativity. Exactly. We the ones doing it. We are the ones doing it. It is us. We're the problem. That comment right there. You know what? Yeah, that comment right there. Give me more of that. We're the ones tearing each other down. We are the problem. Yeah, you're stretching, bro. The bro billionaires and all the NBA players except for Jay-Z. Well, okay, I'm going to say this much. They became successful how they became successful. Do they owe their money to the black community? Should black people tell them how and where to spend their money? Should they be controlled? Because the way I look at it, if someone says that I have a problem, if you talk to them long enough, the choices that they made are why they made that problem. So why should someone who's a millionaire or a billionaire use their money to solve your problem when you're the one who chose to make that problem? I have yet to meet someone who says, I am currently suffering from this thing because of what happened in 1850 and 1950. And it make logical sense. We all make choices, and in the end, our choices make us. So yeah, if a millionaire or a billionaire, if they're with a non-black woman, that's on them. My question is, do you want them because of their money, or do you want them because of them? It's more than likely that most people want their money, not them. And they got with who they wanted to get with. Like Simone Biles got with who she wanted to get with. I never saw black people putting down smart people. Black nerds, generally, they just don't pedestalize them like athletes. No, I mean, it just depends on, I guess, where you went to school, because myself and a lot of other people online have said that while they were going to school, there was a lot of bullying of people who made A's and B's. And there was a celebration of people who made D's and F's. Now you might say, well, that's not what I experienced when I was at. And I'm going to say this much. And here's how I know that it happened back then and it happens now. Anytime someone does a positive stream talking about finances or business, Faith and BMT did a 1099 stream. Nobody shows up for those. But people will show up if there's fighting, cussing each other out, doxing and threatening. GMT will do a stream, doxing, roasting, and cooking, 100+ people in there. If K Business Podcast does a stream about upward mobility, economic advancement, nobody shows up. If the Faith Factor does it, no one shows up. People will see the notification and they won't show up. Or they come in, I'm just stopping by, and then they leave. So if we as adults are supporting fuckery and dysfunction, I'm willing to bet that as children, there was a support for fuckery and dysfunction. Most of us grew up in the 90s when it was gangster rap. Women were called B's and 304s. There was degrading of women. Men were getting locked up by the droves because they wanted to sell stuff as street pharmacists, so on and so forth. And then look at how stuff is now. So if right now, if as grown adults, 35, 40, 45, 50, are supporting drama and dysfunction online, sending super chats and cash apps to people who are doxing people, people didn't get like that overnight. And this gender war used to be called Battle of the Sexes. It didn't happen overnight. Collectively, we've been like this. And the black nerds, they were bullied. They were. If you were into comic books or video games, you were bullied. Girls didn't want to talk to you, so on and so forth. People have told their story. I'm not trying to regurgitate anything. I just would like to see a uplifting stream where there's 100 people in there and they're talking about doing taxes, investing. Faith will do a stream talking about nutrition and talking about things that are health wise and to get your weight down by getting rid of body fat. She's being attacked. She talks about better class of women. She's being attacked. Anytime Dita Rail, who's another YouTuber, he does a stream about therapy, that's like a professional stream where he's maybe wearing a suit or a suit jacket, and he's talking about therapy and the therapy field, 7 people in the chat. If he's beefing with somebody, it'd be 40, 50, 60 people in there. So what I'm saying is we didn't get like this overnight. It's been like this. And if anyone is like, nah, it ain't like that. No. You worried about the little people, the small number of people. No. Y'all, nah, Batman people. And I'm not picking on Melanated Vessel. It's just that we have to accept we are the way we are. And with going to and living in black neighborhoods, black schools, and seeing how we are collectively, if people make it out and get successful, why would they want to date and marry someone who comes from the same dysfunction? I'm just saying. Why would somebody want to? I know y'all gonna be like, "Oh, Spade, you're cooning out," and I'm just like, well, there wouldn't be a reason for Dr. Umar Johnson to have to build 2 schools if the black schools that we currently had were sufficient. The reason why he's wanting to build 2 black schools for black boys is because the black schools that we currently have are all messed up. we already are answering it, and I'm not picking on anybody, but sometimes we answer our own questions, not even realize it. When you sit on a platform and say that Jonathan said is why people are saying what they're saying, people are just repeating what Jonathan said. I don't understand what that means. The problem is black women as a whole are not exposed to these kinds of sports, so we're just not that into supporting. And I mean, that is true. But I'm gonna say this much: with the internet the way it is and social media the way it is, now you can basically watch TV for free. So now that we know that Simone Biles is the GOAT, dark-skinned black woman, she's currently 26 years old, are we going to watch her meets? And I'm going to say that when we collectively move on to the next flavor of the week, people are still not going to be into gymnastics. And I mean, I think what it is that there's just certain sports that we have excelled at, and that's just what we stick to. I don't think anything wrong with that, but I think it's fair to say that we're closed-minded when it comes to new stuff, and people like Simone Biles, who took a chance on that field and have gotten great, that'll open up the doors for the young people, and we may see more people who look like us in other arenas as far as sports. She's not inspiring with a man who does not like us. What are y'all talking about? Well, okay. As of right now, Jonathan Owens seems like he likes and he's in love with Simone Biles. So I think we should still be inspired for black love. You might not want her man, you might not like her man, but that's her man, not your man. Because you're inspired by her finding happiness, not inspired by who she finds happiness with. Now, to me, the women who are there are some women who are like, you know what, Simone Biles should dump Jonathan Owens because I could do better with a Jonathan Owens. When people get on these dating shows, Kendra G and all the other dating shows on the internet, and they describe the man they want, they say 6'3", say it with me, 6'3", athletic build, 6-pack, he makes 6 figures, he's kind, he's strong, he's this and he's that. They're describing Jonathan Owens. So the same man you're describing is, and you find attractive, is who Simone Biles finds attractive. The problem is that a lot of women, in my opinion, they feel like Simone Biles should do greater and Jonathan Owens should, do a shorty swing my way. That is Simone Biles' man, not your man. Yes, they owe their money to the black community, not into Becky's bank account. Well, okay. So how would they move their money to the black community? How would they do that? Because if he's married to Becky, then Becky gets a part of his money. So if we're erasing Becky from the equation, how would they move? How much of their money is owed to the black community? Which black community? And where would the money go? How would they get their money to the black community? Matter of fact, let me write this down, because I want to know. I want to know. Let's see. Got the notes right here. All right. I want to know. I want to know. Yeah, someone answered me that. How do they move their money to the Black community? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then after that is going to be who should get the rich people's money. And the third question would be, why do they owe anyone but who helped? Because you gotta understand that most of the times people are rich. Black people are rich and even famous because white people helped them get to where they are. So now you're wanting them to pay back people who didn't help them get to where they are. Right. I do believe that he did represent Simone as well as he could have. Had their team spoke to him beforehand and prepped him, maybe he would have done better. I agree. I think he does need media training. I think Simone, she did the best she could because she had to lean into what he was agreeing to when the host was basically asking him the leading questions. So he could use some media training. I think they need a public relations person for their marriage because they are a power couple, and everywhere they go, people are going to be influenced by them. So I agree. They do need public relations training and a public relations spokesperson. I think a lot of them have internalized their hurt feelings. Exactly. I agree. We have normalized effery to the point we think it's entertaining to hurt each other. Exactly, Faith. Exactly. Because most of us come to this particular space to chill out, relax, laugh, not necessarily to be taken seriously, especially now the space is definitely not about that. Well, that's the thing. Words hurt. And even though people come to relax, laugh, and hang out, it's turned into a digital version of Black communities. Now, if I were to ask you, are any Black people on social media, let's say YouTube, do they have millions of followers? And I'm gonna say yes. You got I Show Speed, you got Marquise, the guy who does the technology. He reviews phones and stuff. You got a whole bunch of Black content creators who have 100,000 plus, 1 million plus, and they do positive content. They don't come down and hop on panels and argue, fight, roast, and dox and drag. They don't do that stuff. So there are people out there that are doing positive stuff. But if one of those creators, like let's say that Marquise guy or I Show Speed, if they see how it is as far as the dysfunction, should we blame them for getting with someone who's not about dysfunction and drama? I was a bleed myself. I know how smart Black people are generally treated. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to agree with you on that. There was a time when bros getting incarcerated was cool. Yeah, exactly. Hog head cheese. We finally agree on something. It was cool to get locked up. It was cool to unalive someone. It was cool to rob someone. It was cool to walk around with your pants sagging. I think we've come a long way from that point, but understand that the people who were around during that time period who have gotten older were like 35 plus, 40 plus, 50 plus. And so the younger generation in their 20s, they saw how we used to be. They're not trying to get with nobody who's like us. Okay? They're not trying to get with anybody who was about that gangster rap. Right now they have the drill rap. And think about it, like at the drill rappers, once they get older, if they survive, no one's going to want to date them. So if you're, let's say you go to a job and you got people who are in the drill rap and they act and look like that. And on the other side, you got black people who every time music is played, they're twerking or they're throwing up gang signs or they're roasting and dragging and cooking people. If those are the two groups you got to pick from who are single, you more than likely are going to expand your options and get with somebody who's going to treat you with respect. And I'm just saying, not everybody wants to be dragged, roasted, and cooked or doxxed or beat up on. Some people, they want to be with someone who will be their peace. We have to think nuanced. I agree, we do. Some intelligent people are still attractive and have personality, some don't. And I will say this much. We as men, talking about you fellas, myself included, unfortunately, we tend to focus on the butt, the breast, the small waist, someone who has the boobs out as far as the cleavage. That's who gets most of the attention. We don't really find attractiveness as far as personality and intelligence. Because a lot of guys on social media have said, oh, I don't care how much money a woman makes. I don't care about her success or her accolades. I want her to be fit, feminine, and friendly. So that lets you know right there, they want you to be dumb. And they also are arguing that they want the women to be younger and younger, and they want to go back to the Bible days, to the first period. So right there, drama and dysfunction. And I think a lot of women have come online, and when they say what they want in a guy, one of the first three things they talk about is he's got to make six figures. He's got to make 500K. I have a video queued up of, no, actually I got it saved, of someone going on a date. No, actually, you know what? Let me play it. Because Melanated Vessel, you're going to swear up and down that I'm lying. You're going to swear up and down I'm lying. This is not a skit. I repeat, this is not a skit. I'm going to show you all something. I'm going to show you what we doing when we pick who we want to pick. I'm going to show you. Because people think that it's a game. Let's see. It's right here. All right. This is what we're doing. I don't know this person, but she is in love with an inmate. There are a lot of women who are in love with inmates. They think that men who have a record, that's sexy, he's fly. This is who they choose. This is who they choose right here. We say, oh, well, back in the day, people didn't bully people for intelligence. No. If you went to jail, if you were in a gang, if you were slanging as a street pharmacist, you were getting the pick of the litter when it comes to women. And then you had dudes who were 30 and 40 going down into the teenage dating pool, taking those people. All right, so she's in love with the inmate.
We started off as close friends. Somehow he turned into my boyfriend.
Yeah,
I was with him on a daily.
Yeah.
I even thought about a baby.
A baby in love with an inmate. There are a lot of women who are in love with inmates. They love them. They in love with the bad boys. Everybody has said it. I know you all have heard it, that Women love the bad boys. And when we talk about this is primarily us talking about Black people. And this is not a case for dating outside your race or expanding your options or anything like that. What I'm saying is that the collective and majority of Black people, we have, let's just say, we just have a problem with going to the bottom of the barrel and uplifting that, and everybody who's on the top of the barrel gets pushed down. And I'm not a Kevin Samuels fan, but I will say a lot of stuff that has happened, he was right. I know y'all gonna be like, oh, manosphere. That's not the case at all. I'm just saying that a lot of stuff that has been brought out is right. Is right. All right. So Amanda Seals, she is pro-Black. Let's hear what she has to say about a relationship that's not hers. Let's see.
Years, nobody is gonna call him Simone Biles' husband. They'll call me Jonathan Owens' wife.
Speaking of,
Bless her heart. You know what's crazy and dope and amazing is that we can all live in our dope amazingness without having to diminish ourselves to
Right.
show the dopeness and amazingness of our partner. And the feeling that you got to do that sometimes don't even got nothing to do with your partner and everything to do with society or your upbringing or your surroundings, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to here and now say unequivocally,
okay, what you want to say?
Without question, that this 26-year-old phenom is the greatest gymnast of all time.
Right.
Ever. Like literally in the history of the sport. Thus, we should give all the props. And being that does not make her any less of a great wife to this person who is someone that plays football.
Okay. What are y'all thoughts? I mean, she is the greatest of all time. We all say it over and over and over again, like a mantra, like we're programming ourselves. There's nothing wrong with someone big upping their significant other, whether married, boyfriend or girlfriend, cup buddies, whatever you got going on. There's nothing wrong with lifting each other up. And I'm going to say this much. The fact that a lot of Black people online are tearing Jonathan Owens down and indirectly tearing Simone Biles down, that shows exactly how we have a crabs in a barrel mindset. So why would a millionaire or a billionaire that has seen the crabs in a bucket mindset, why would he or she entertain someone who, when they get with them, the person's going to be secretly plotting and scheming and scamming to tear you down? We can't begin to really have Black love until we have unity. And that is people, when they come together, they're not doxing, roasting, cooking, and hating each other like we see on a lot of these quote unquote Black YouTube panels. Yeah, I'm saying it. Exactly. I'm saying it. You do know that Black women are the most educated group of people in our community, right? Okay, and what? What that mean? What else we saying besides that? All I'm saying is that a lot of Black folks aren't being honest with themselves about school years. I agree, they're not. Excuse me, Black people are actually online attacking each other's children, and I won't even get started on the doxing. Exactly. They will find any way to tear you down, but you know what? The dude that took out Trayvon Martin, he's still walking around, ain't he? Why not? Why aren't we doxing and roasting him? Why aren't we going after him? George Zimmerman, why aren't we going after him? See, here's the issue I have with the pro-blacks, the Pan-Africanists, King Kong conscious, all of them. You all will be quick to take out somebody who looks like you on these Black YouTube panels or Black YouTube space, but George Zimmerman and the rest of them, they're going around dutifully and proudly. Hey, we took out one of them, and they ain't doing nothing about it. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that I'm going to do anything, and I'm not advocating violence. I'm just saying we're doing stuff to tear down another Black person easily and effortlessly and all the time, like Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens, but yet people who actually hurt others, we supporting. I mean, just a few weeks ago, somebody talked about being with a 12-year-old teddy bear and people was defending him. I'm just saying. We quick to defend the people who talking about the first period. Well, I disagree with what you're saying on that, but I still rock with you. And I'm just like, okay. Why would a millionaire or a billionaire want to be with somebody who has that mindset? I'm just saying. Okay. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? I mean, the panel link is it pinned to the top. Let me pin it to the top. Let me pin it to the top because I may have forgot to pin it. I may have forgot to pin it. All right. It's pinned to the top. All right. On Instagram, I don't have to pin it to the top. But I'm just saying. So we doing all this, and yet people running around talking about some, well, I rock with this person, I rock with that person, and yet this was someone that you just got, that you tore down or tore you down. Yet you want millionaires and billionaires to dip their toe into that pool and find someone to be with. Thanks, but no thanks. Yeah, I agree. Some folks just messy. Exactly. They are messy. Sorry, but I don't like gymnastics. I'll pass. Right, I'm saying nothing wrong with that. Like you like ice skating, nothing wrong with liking ice skating. People like what they like. It's just that people are rattling off Simone Biles accolades. Not Faith or anybody in this chat, but there's people online who are wanting to attack Jonathan Owens, and they're going on about how accomplished Simone Biles is. And it's like, what exactly does that mean if they've come together and they're one? They're on the same team. I just think lots of blurs in the space say they were picked on for being smart, then maybe they were awkward, shy, weird, etc. Too many of them being ignored is equivalent to being bullied. Need more information about that, because there is different types of bullying. Some of it can be verbal, some of it can be physical, some of it can be people shunning someone. Now, every Black nerd may not experience anything negative or experience anything at all. I just know that based off of what I see the collective of people participate in when it comes to online spaces, and what I see thrive in online spaces, to me is an indication of what used to take place a long time ago. How many Black girls are exposed to gymnastics? The only reason I like figure skating is because of the roller rink dances. Because the roller rink dances we did as kids. And I mean, you know, it's not a lot of exposure to it. And I would blame the community, and I'd blame parents, because, okay, you build a basketball and you put it in Cabrini Green, and it turns into a hangout spot for drug dealers, gangbangers, or let's say you put a tennis court and you put it in LA somewhere. And Serena and Venus, as young girls, want to go there, and they got to deal with drug dealers who are beating up their dad. So the community is what keeps different cultures out, and the community is what makes neighborhoods bad. Now, you might say, well, when I was young, my community never experienced that. And okay, you're talking about one community. You're talking about one community. And you know what? I didn't really get any answers as far as my question, Here's my question right here. How do rich black people move their money to the black community? My argument is this. Black people are doing well. And here's why. So you may say that in my content, I've cooned out. Fair enough. You may say right now, I'm being unfair. Fair enough. You may also say that I'm off base, I'm wrong, I'm this, I'm that. And my critique and criticism of black people collectively, I'm going to go on record and say that black people all over the world, unless they live in a third world country, they are doing great. And here's why. In comparing us collectively and individually in 2023 to how we were a long time ago, we're doing better now than we were back then. And there's so many people that will say what you're saying about black people, not all. I didn't experience this. I didn't do that. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. It's a small percentage. Nah. I think that I personally, as Spade Parklin, I think that black people are doing well collectively and individually. I don't think that we need a millionaire or a billionaire to improve our lives. I think we're doing fine the way we're doing because we've made choices and our life is a result of those choices and our parents' choices and our parents' choices. I think that we're fine and we don't need any help. And if we want to improve, we're going to be great. If we don't improve, we're great as well. I think black people are doing well. Now, change my mind. Why do black people need to redistribute the wealth of rich and successful black people? Or why do black people need black people who are rich and famous to date and marry other black people? How does that benefit you individually? How does it benefit your family? I don't think your family's doing bad. And if your family is doing bad, it's because of the choices they made. Change my mind. The link is pinned to the top. Change my mind. If there's a stream in Black YouTube, for example, where people are fighting on panels, roasting and cooking, and you got 100 people in there having fun and enjoying themselves, I think they're having fun. They're doing fine. I think people are where they want to be. They've made the choices that they've made. It is what it is. So this whole, okay, so Hog Cheese says, no, you haven't cooned out, but you're surely in the borderline. No, you're not kidding. You're not kidding. I say this. If you believe that black people need to be improved, let me know how and say it with your chest. Because I can say it with my full chest, black people individually and collectively are doing fine. We are doing what we want to do. We're making the choices that we want to make. The problem is we see someone else doing better and we want what they have instead of being happy for them. What you got in life is what you were supposed to get in life. What you didn't get in life is what you were not supposed to get in life. You made choices. And then the people who are rich and famous, we don't know what choices they had to make to get what they got. From my understanding and what I'm hearing, that a lot of them had to get panda eyes and sign contracts where they sell their soul. Do you want to do that? Okay. If you do that, they probably will reward you with millions of dollars and social media following. You can pay for awards and accolades these days. Anything you want in life, you can have it. Well, I know that other groups, here we go with the other groups. Here we go with the other groups, what other people doing. Nope. And here's why I say that. Because see, when we focus on others, we're not focusing on ourselves. And we should be focusing on ourselves. Because, all right, think about it like this. If you say other groups give scholarships to the kids they want to have them, we can do the same. Why are we not doing the same? In Black YouTube, everybody swears up and down. Everyone makes 500,000 or more. Everyone got all these businesses. Everyone's providing all these jobs. Everybody's rich. Why are we not giving scholarships? We could be giving scholarships, but we're not giving scholarships. Why are we not giving scholarships when everybody's rich? Everybody's doing well. Everybody's balling. I saw where rich folks gave the school money and it could only go to the Mexican students. Well, if it's earmarked, it's earmarked. We got rich Black folks that could give money to schools and it could only go to Black students. Why are we not doing that? Why are we not doing that? We're not doing that because we're not doing that. We're choosing not to do that. And it is what it is. It is what it is. So, like Umar invests in daycares for single moms, hotels, STEM schools, grocery stores, and clinics. So, okay, if he's doing those things, and I'm not doubting he's doing those things, why is he worried about Vanessa Bryant and where that money's being spent if he's doing it? If he's already doing the work, why is he worried about Vanessa Bryant? Why is he worried about Vanessa Bryant?
Listen,
I don't know.
I'm telling
Let me ask you a question.
Kobe Bryant.
Let me ask you a
Kobe
question.
Bryant.
I want to ask you a question.
Kobe Bryant died. Vanessa inherited his wealth.
Sure.
And guess what? Is Vanessa Bryant using any of that Black man's money to do any good in the Black community?
Let me ask you
absolutely fucking not.
We don't know.
Vanessa Bryant. Listen.
I don't know.
Yeah, he big mad. What's going on, Faith? How are you? Welcome, welcome. Oh, you're muted if you're talking. You there?
I'm sorry, I had my mic on mute.
Hey,
what's going on? What's up?
What's up? What's up? So have you come to defend Umar Johnson or Dr. Jackie? I didn't got to that part yet.
You know what? I'm not about to defend the indefensible. Now, Umar Johnson has been a hot mess. You know, I just wrote him off a long time ago when he took forever and a day, you know, to build this school, and it's still not really up and running, and he's still asking for donations, and you know, he's just a hot mess. I mean, then he started going after the stripper. He had the little snafu with that. Now the Sukiana thing. Let's just say that Dr. Umar Johnson's priorities are, you know, questionable right now.
Right. I agree. They are questionable.
And, you know, as for now, who else was it?
Well, it's a whole list. So I don't know if you have anything else you want to say about Dr. Umar Johnson, but then there's also Simone Biles and Jonathan Majors. I don't know if you want to weigh in on that. Tonya TKO, she had some stuff to say. I can replay the stuff if you want to.
No, you know what? They just all just wash them all away. I mean, just you know, I can't even make myself care. You know, especially about the Simone Biles situation, because it's her business. Okay.
Right.
Like, why do Black women care so much? Why do we always want to police? I think we're getting to the point as Black women where we're even worse than Black men as far as policing every little thing, micromanaging every little thing that other Black women do. Like, it's one thing to want, you know, cohesiveness and togetherness, and, you know, for us to act like we got some sense. Now, you know, that's one thing. But then we start, you know, arguing over trivial things. Like, I just got off a panel where there was like this gang war between the natural hair Black women and the Black women that wear wigs and perm. You know, it's like, it's trivial. And I'm sitting up here like, of all the things that we could be publicly bickering about, we sitting up here having arguments about how we wear our hair. Like, what happened to freedom of choice?
Exactly.
I'm just sick and tired of all the little microaggressions and microaggressions that we kind of throw on each other. And as me and Melanated, because this really kind of segues me into what I really came up here for.
Okay, let it be known. Let's do it.
Melanated Vessel and I are down here in the chat room. We're going back and forth about high school.
Okay.
And Melanated Vessel, when you read the comment earlier where she made the statement that there was a lot of blurs that got picked on because they were weird, they had acne and so on and so forth or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And my whole thing is I don't think that having acne was weird, because when you were growing up, at some point or another, whether you got it in grammar school or high school, everybody eventually ended up with it.
Right.
Some people ended up with it for a day or a week. Some people just had it forever, but everybody eventually had it. The weird thing for me is the sociopathic behavior that I used to witness all the time on a daily basis when I was going to school. And we just thought it was normal.
Right.
That, people are being bullies out here, bothering people that's not bothering them. And I used to sit up and watch people pick at weak people because they had a pimple, or because they didn't have a name brand on, or just stupid reasons. And we thought
the same thing.
Yeah, we thought that was normal. And so here we are talking about these people were weird. No, the people that didn't wear the name brands or had the pimples, they weren't weird. The weird ones were the bullies who were sitting up here bothering these people because this is how they came to school. They who could help what their parents bought for them when they went to school? It was just crazy. The sociopathic people that these people were raising and putting in classroom with me. And then when we got older, the boys bullying the girls. We don't even talk about this, for sex.
Right.
And
sometimes sports.
Yeah, exactly.
Sports, yeah.
And so it became a thing where if you didn't give them the sex, then they talked about you so bad and lowered your self-esteem so bad, that you almost want to commit suicide. I mean, I'm sorry to use the S word. I'm self-deletion. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And I agree, because that's really how it was. And it was rampant. And you saw, and there was three types of people in a situation like that. You had the bullies, you had the supporter of bullies, and you had the people who were passive and did nothing. Now, every now and then you did have someone intervene, but primarily it was either the bully, people supporting the bully, and people who were passive sitting around watching it. Now, I get it. I get it. There were some people who may have went to a school where it was, let's say, mixed school, or had different groups of people there, or maybe some people kept to themselves and they didn't see it because they kept to themselves. But primarily, if you were out there hanging out with everybody else, you were seeing it. I think it's just that people tend to not want to accept what they were seeing and not calling it what it is. And to me, that hurts others because it causes disruption and confusion, kind of like with Black YouTube. Okay, let's just talk about it right now. There will be a live stream going on. People are up there fighting and roasting, cooking, and doxing and stuff. And then you'll have people in there having fun. And then someone calls it out. And then people will say, well, it wasn't that bad. And it's like, well, what would be worse than that as far as you're hurting others for pleasure? Now, you might say, well, they need to have thick skin and they need to be tougher. But that's the problem, is that we have somewhat of a toxic masculinity way of having entertainment when we could be using social media to educate each other. The economy's bad. The economy's bad, Faith. It's gotten really, really bad. The price of everything's gone up.
It's horrible. I mean, I'm starting to see more and more people opt to go stealth life and live in their vehicles because they can't afford the rent.
Right,
People
exactly.
are voluntarily going homeless.
Mm-hmm.
That's how bad it's getting.
They're also unaliving each other or unaliving themselves because they don't want to take the stress and drama of having to pay bills. Then you got people who are working 3 or 4 jobs. You got people who are getting into being sex workers and full service sex workers to be able to make ends meet. And not to mention, you got more people committing crime. It's just a lot of criminality and debauchery going on just to make ends meet, just to get by. But no one's talking about alternatives such as creating more business. Like you and BMT did the 1099 stream. That was very informative and beneficial. I don't really hear too many people in the space talk about that. I don't see Ball and X doing a snippet of that or a clip of that. Most of the clips I see on that channel that's dedicated to clipping stuff is people fighting, dragging, cooking, roasting, joking, putting people down. K Business Podcast, he talks about different type of business ventures. There was this one guy, I forgot his name. He used to have the avatar with his shirt off. He would do streams talking about investing in property. Most people end up washing out and going away because people don't support stuff like that. But what people do support is dragging of Black people, which is why I presented the idea of why would people who are successful want to date the cesspool, knowing that the cesspool is full of dirt.
Exactly. But and here's another thing, and Melanated Vessel, to your point, I agree with you on this point. She says that I never saw Blacks teasing folks simply for getting good grades. I agree. What I see is I saw us picking on people simply for being able to do something better than the next person. And here's a good example. Like just like when I was in high school, I had home economics sewing. And I would go into home economics, and the first part of sewing is, creating a pattern. So you had to draw and sketch out what it is that you wanted to create. And I used to be able to create some of the most beautiful patterns, designs, not a pattern, but designs. You had to sketch out your design. And because the teacher used to pick my designs over a lot of other designs, and that girls did in the classroom, I got picked on because I was better. Not because I got good grades. Because like Melanated said, they didn't care about the good grades. And it's the same thing with anything. Like we are like crabs in a barrel. I don't know if this is a mentality that we have that we just have ingrained in us. We could say it's competition, but it goes a little bit beyond competition when you get a group of girls crowding you up in the bathroom stall, wanting to beat you up and stab you because your design is better. That's when it becomes a little sociopathic.
Right. So
there's competition, like, oh, you think your design is better, but I can come up with something better, and you beat me, on the easel. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing. But to try to beat me in the bathroom stall because my design is better, that's sociopathic. And that's what we had a lot of. So that's the reason why I have to disagree. There was a lot of sociopathic behavior in the Black schools. And we, to this day, make excuses for it, and we normalize it. Like, oh, that's just kids being kids, and the weird ones were the people that were awkward and had the acne, and no, the weird ones was those sociopathic bullies. Those were the weird ones.
And it doesn't really just start with grades. It's usually a whole bunch of other stuff that gets people picked on, and we have to understand that people are basically picking on success. when you're in a school environment, having good grades, you're going to get recognized more. You're going to stand out more, unless you're a class clown or whatnot. You're going to stand out more, and usually those people that get picked on, including what happened to you, Faith, is because there's people who are jealous. They're jealous, and you see it in adulthood when people are jealous of the same thing. If people having accolades, they make videos about them. They expose their job. They try to get them fired. They start rumors about them, and all this starts off in childhood during the formidable years. And I think a lot of people who are like, well, I didn't see this, I didn't see that. I think it's better to just listen to other people's stories, because even though you may have not experienced that, and maybe you didn't see that, I'm sure other people at your school experienced that and saw that. It's just that you may have not really hung out as much as other people. And, you know, some people, they were fortunate enough to where they didn't have to ride the bus to and school, from school. They got their parents to give them a ride, or maybe when they walked home, the path wasn't filled with a lot of people. Then also a lot of Black people in the space, they may have grew up in the suburbs where it was friendly, it was nice, and it was wholesome. And that's cool. But majority of Black people grow up in places like Cabrini Green, or they grow up in the hood or the ghetto, or places where it's poor, and people experience stuff. And I think it's better.
I was so happy when I got the internship at Jones Commercial High School for my academics. Talk about a culture shock. I had no idea that students actually came to school to learn, because I had gotten used to being in the environment where, you know, the teacher couldn't even get halfway through the curriculum without somebody interrupting the class with nonsense. So, you know, those sociopathic people, you know, they grow up to become adults. And this is what we see online. These same people who were toxic when they were back in high school grew up to be the same toxic adults that we're experiencing right now online. So, you know, I just want to know, like, when are we going to, you know, point out the inappropriate behavior and become a better class of people?
Well, I think, in my opinion, I think collectively that's never going to happen. And Generation X, Generation Y, the millennials, and we're all going to have to get old and die off. And it's going to be up to Generation Z and Generation Alpha to carry the baton. They're going to be the ones to be better, because a lot of them, they don't have the same hangups as us. They don't have the unresolved childhood issues. They don't have the issues of you got to go to school wearing Tommy Hilfiger across your shirt. You got to have the name brands. When I went to school, if you didn't have some type of name brand across your shirt who was white and Italian, you got picked on. You got roasted. You got dragged. You couldn't come in with Walmart. You couldn't come in with Family Dollar. You couldn't do that. Whereas now in today's generation, they're wearing uniforms and they don't care about wearing clothes. They care about actually being fit. They care about playing sports. They care about, you know, being mentally healthy. I will say that a lot of them do have mental illness because of the alphabet community. There is that, but I don't really see them beating each other up because someone's in the alphabet community. I think they're more open. They're more loving of each other. They're more understanding, even if it's weird and strange. And I see Black people being improved by most of us going off, and the younger generation pick up the baton.
Right.
I see Melanated Vessel. She's saying still they have footwear, hairstyles, etc. They do, but they're not worshiping it. I don't really hear many people worshiping name brands who were in the 20s and younger than they were back when I was going to school. Faith, what about you? Have you seen anything different than what was going on when we were growing up?
Well, as far as with the millennials?
Well, I'm gonna say because I know you have 20-something-year-olds, and then you know younger people as well. The younger people that you know of who are in their 20s and they're younger, do you hear or see them worshiping brand names like it was back when we were in school?
It depends on where they grew up.
Okay.
So, like most poor inner city Black children of today, yes. But if they grew up in the more affluent areas, no.
Okay. Okay. And so Hog Head Cheese says, well, for most of us, of our professionals moved out of the community into communities, many times they are unwanted. Well, if they're unwanted, how are they dating outside their race if they're unwanted? Even if they're fetishized, somebody wants something from them or about them, and that's how they're able to get with people. And I know it could be said that some Black people could be a fetish to non-Blacks, or they only want you if you're cream of the crop. But why wouldn't we want to be with someone who's cream of the crop anyway? Why would we put someone down for being cream of the crop? So I think a lot of the professionals that move out, they move out for better. You know, like you were saying, Faith, the better class of women, a lot of times you can't really be better in a negative environment because we got issues with family, issues with friends tearing us down. And then the opportunity might not be there because when it comes to crime, a lot of it's proximity crime and people want to move to places where there's not that much crime.
Exactly. And that's where people draw the line in the sand so that they can differentiate themselves from the lower echelon.
Right. Mm-hmm. So Hoghead Cheese says, I don't know who this is. I don't subscribe to the notion that I need to sit next to a non-Black to learn. Well, you can learn from a book, from a electronic device. It's not really who you sit next to, whether you learn or not. It's your mindset. And I think a lot of us have been programmed. I know, Faith, you've mentioned the whole programming. The programming is what gets us, and it's usually Black people who are successful, who are influential. They are promoting stuff like WAP. Okay, they're, you know, Cardi B was talking about WAP this and WAP that. She can't even keep Offset. Megan Thee Stallion got the same problem. People are promoting stuff that's not good, and they're having non-good stuff happen to them. I mean, look at City Girls. Young Miami, she talking about City Girls up. She got problems with Puff Daddy now. People are promoting dysfunction. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to agree with something I saw Melanated Vessel point out. She said every kid still wants what's popular to have, and that won't change. That's true. It's always going to be something. Like, I think with today's Generation Z, you know, it might be something like, you know, having the best video game now, or, you know, something like that. You know, it's not the same thing like what we used to have to do. It was bad with Generation X. I'm just going to be honest with you. Generation X, we are the generation of the devil. I mean, we made things unnecessarily hard for no goddamn reason. Like going to school, you know, I had nice, you know, clothes when I went to school, but it just didn't have a label that everybody, you know, thought was cool. But my clothes were nice, brand new, clean. And, you know, we made it unnecessarily hard on each other because we were label whores in Generation X. And then I started seeing the millennials come up. They were label whores too, but not to the point of Generation X. And then I started seeing it get lesser and lesser with Generation Z. Generation Z, they're not really, you know, as bad as Generation X was. Now they do have some things that they are fixated on. Like I said, it could just be like the hairstyles, the video games, stuff like that. But labels, they don't care. And I'm so glad that we're finally getting away from that. But as far as you know, going to other schools in richer communities and not being bullied. Like I said, it was a culture clash for me when I got accepted into Jones Commercial for the internship program. And it was a mixture of kids there. And I will tell you that there was some fuckery. I mean, but I'm just gonna put it like this: it was fuckery, but it wasn't dangerous. Like I came from an environment that was like East Side High, where it was like literally your life was in danger just going to school.
I believe.
Then I went from East Side High to Jones Commercial. And the biggest thing I had to worry about was somebody spreading a rumor, you know, just little stuff like that. You know, like I would take that and the occasional cat fight over, damn, am I going to get stabbed up in the bathroom stall? You know, I'll take that.
Right. Okay. And Brother Speak, feel free to jump in anytime. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I kind of see it. I think it just depends, like Faith said, it does depend on where you are. But I think it's more or less, does it work? And if it's working, we'll work with that more than just a name brand. Because we see like let's be honest, a lot of name brand stuff, the quality has gone down. If y'all notice that, it's not the same as it was back then. Back then it was like, if the name brand, it was, at least there's a reason why it's a name brand, it's more quality. But now it's kind of like the name brand stuff is just as good as, it's gone down to the point where it's just as good as the no name brands. So yeah, now it's just the name. So I think that's the real thing. As long as the thing works and it's good stuff, we'll roll with it. And we some of us are able to make it look fashionable, even though it's not a name brand. I think that has something to do with it too.
Okay. So I want to get y'all's opinion on Dr. Jackie. I don't know if Brother Speak, if you had a chance to watch it. I'm going to play a little bit of it just to kind of shift gears, and then we can go back to do you have anything about Dr. Umar, Brother Speak? I don't know if you had a chance to watch my Dr. Umar video. Make a long story short, he's fake. And today's stream was for people to pull up and state their grievances because they was all in my comment section crying. Dr. Umar, oh, you haven't? Well, you know what? I'll play that first. I'll play a little bit of that. And, let you all get commentary in real time. Maybe people who believe Dr. Umar Johnson is a good leader of Black people and he should be praised, they can come up and defend him. But this is what he had to say.
Let me hear this. I know some bullshit, but
well, it usually is. But there's people who believe that we should not take it as that. And here it is. All right, let's do it. Jonathan Majors video at the light. So this is them right here. All right, so right there. I'm not making fun of a victim or anything, but and if you all want me to stop so you can add commentary, feel free just to tell me to stop, and I'll let you all go. So Jonathan Majors, he got out the vehicle. Grace got out as well. He picks her up to put her back inside. Boom, she hits her head on the top of the vehicle. That right there is misdemeanor assault. And then what happens inside the back of the vehicle is more assaulting of her. Whereas with her, she's dancing. She gets back out. She's fussing with him. You saw the same video I saw where dude assaulted her. Okay, we all saw the same thing. If we all saw the same thing, what's Dr. Umar talking about?
They snowbunnied our brother Jonathan Majors. Is
that too fast? Can you all understand or hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know if y'all want me to stop. I'm gonna push play. Number one, Jonathan Majors chose Grace. Let's break it down. Jonathan Majors was in the film Ant-Man and the Wasp. He played Kang the Conqueror, okay? That is where he met Grace Jabari. Grace Jabari's career has not been near as close to Jonathan Majors. Grace has been in A Christmas Carol that none of you all saw or heard of. We'll say none of you all saw. She was in Ant-Man and the Wasp as a movement coach. She was in Barbie, the Barbie movie as a dancer. She was in Mission Impossible as a dancer. She was in the Cry Cry Cry, a Coldplay music video. That's Grace Jabari. For someone like Jonathan Majors to get with Grace Jabari, we know that Jonathan Majors, he's on the top of the, well, he was on the top of the food chain, whereas Grace was nowhere at the top of the bottom. So Jonathan Majors got with her for whatever reason, probably because she is a snow bunny. You know, I guess he wanted his proximity to whiteness. I don't know. For whatever reason, he's dealing with Grace. The way he was talking to Grace on the audio that was played, Jonathan Majors was big timing Grace. And what I mean is he was doing the big me, little you. He was telling Grace that he's a great man. He's done a lot of things for the culture. He basically was talking down to her, doing the big me, little you. I'm the big fish, you're the small fish. And Grace was cool with it because she saw Jonathan Majors as her ticket to the top. He could help her in her career, whereas Jonathan saw Grace as a possession, a side piece, someone that looks good for him to have on his arm when he goes to different places. And because Grace is a woman of no color, she's going to open doors for him and be a conversational starter as his possession. But then Grace, in hearing the abuse and allegedly being a party girl and a drinker, she found out that Jonathan Majors was two-timing her with Making Good. Okay, Making Good stopped bleaching her skin. She was helping Jonathan Majors cheat on, no diss to Making Good. She divorced Devin Franklin. He's a producer, author, and motivational speaker. And she went back to the streets and started dealing with bad boys. It wasn't working out for her. Her career wasn't working out for her. The skin bleaching wasn't working out for her. She's like, okay, I need to get with someone who's a big fish in the industry. Jonathan Majors is on the way up. He and I will link up, we'll be good. But guess what? Jonathan Majors got arrested for DV. And she was like, okay, you know what? He's going to go through this. He'll be fine. I'll be holding his hand every day during trial. And when he gets to not guilty, he and I are going to ride off into the sunset. We'll be good. Now, the fact that Making Good saw that Grace Jabari was granted a protection order against Jonathan Majors. And she saw the same evidence that we were seeing in real time during the trial. The fact that she didn't pack up and leave and she stayed to the very end, knowing that she saw the same video we just saw. She was believing that I will be rewarded for being a mammy.
What's up, DC? Hey! We're just so happy to be here with y'all tonight, celebrating us, celebrating the moves we're making, celebrating the way we love and support each other, the way that we shift the world. Let's enjoy ourselves. So many beautiful Black faces. I love us, y'all. We are so beautiful. That's all I got. I'm just happy to be here, and I love y'all. So, have you want to say anything?
Y'all heard the message, so that's what it is.
I'm climbing up Mammy Mountain where I can say him. I'm climbing up Mammy Mountain so he can cheat on me. I don't mind if he calls me trash. He can even beat me. I'm climbing Mammy Mountain. Mammy Mountain. I'm a big mammy. He can cheat on me. He can beat me. I'm sad.
Yeah, so during the court trial, there's a video of Jonathan Majors yelling at Grace, describing himself as a great man, comparing himself to Martin Luther King Jr. and Barack Obama, and demanding she act like Coretta Scott King and Michelle Obama. So basically, he was big timing her. Big me, little you. A judge allowed the key evidence to be released to the public, which we just saw. And Making Good sat there, silent, seeing what we saw, and then was surprised and cried out when Jonathan Majors was found guilty of one count of reckless assault in third degree and a charge of harassment as a violation. These nuts. But I mean, he was doing stuff like that and more from what we saw in the video. You can't be surprised. What is Dr. Umar talking about that he was snowboarding? No, Jonathan Majors, he picked Grace. He should have picked better. He should not have been abusive. He shouldn't have been trying to big time somebody because he's lost everything. Marvel has dropped him. Other projects that he was a part of have dropped him. I think he will be able to find work, but he's going to now be forced to do Black movies. Your team sucks. And the reason why I said it as negative is that Jonathan Majors was on the rise in Hollywood, and he was in movies that you normally don't become a part of unless you're in the in crowd. He had just became on the in crowd. He's going to have to start doing Tyler Perry movies. Tyler Perry movies make $1 billion, but like Taraji P. Henson said, and a lot of other people have said, a lot of movies like that, they don't pay well. They don't pay well, you don't go far. So don't be surprised if you see Jonathan Majors as a slave somewhere like Will Smith had to be in Emancipation. Don't be surprised if you see Jonathan Majors playing a drug dealer. Those roles are considered quote unquote Black roles. Don't be surprised if you see him do that stuff in the future, trying to claw his way back, and I doubt that he's going to be getting his way back. I just really doubt it. And it's unfortunate because, well, he thought he was untouchable, and then he got touched.
He snow bunnied our brother Jonathan Majors.
Wow.
I just heard that the U.S. military dropped a series of ads that Jonathan Majors was in promoting their new recruiting campaign.
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
So the military dropped.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We got to stop the show. Stop the show. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Not hog head cheese. Not. Are y'all seeing the same comment I'm seeing? Not hog head cheese. I think you're going to be converted before the end of the stream. So hog head cheese has said, now all of a sudden, Majors using Black women as props and shields in court. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying. This whole pro-Black thing, this whole Get a black woman, she won't call the cops on you. You could do this and do that to her. Black men, yes, us fellas, we are basically using black women as props, punching bags, and shields. There is no black love from Dr. Umar Johnson to Jonathan Majors and a whole host of others. There is no actual love. So on one hand, Dr. Umar is talking about he doesn't believe people should date outside their race. And it's just like, well, how can you love someone that you're openly saying should be a punching bag, a shield, and a prop? Y'all want me to play the video, or do y'all want to address this comment or anything else that's been said?
Well, black folks been using the pro-black thing when they get in trouble, especially with the other group of people. So that's nothing new. So, you know, he's done it. I know some other celebrities. You know, Monique has done it. I mean, there's just been so many. They forget about the black community, but then when they get in trouble, all of a sudden we got to come together like Voltron for you. I'm like,
exactly.
Nah, bro. No. You want to be outside the group? Be outside the group. But when trouble come, you on your own. I know. You know. Everybody wants to divest until divest turns bad for you. Now all of a sudden, please, black community, come back, help me. Nah, that's not how they go, buddy.
Exactly. Faith, you got anything?
You know, I could care less anymore. You know, black men like Jonathan Majors. To be honest with you, I don't concern myself with them anymore. When I see that they're over there, they become invisible to me. So now that you done got in trouble over there, you still invisible to me. And that's how it should be with every black woman that sees them. But the problem is, it's going to be some mammies out here, some mules of the black community that just gonna come in with their little mammy nips on and just we just got to live them up. We just got to, you know, he just went astray for a little bit, you know. Yeah, okay. I'll be so glad when collectively all black women just take off the cape and just open their hand and let a lot of these fools fall where they at. And that's how I feel about that.
So Melanated Vessel wants to know, how is Simone different? Any takers for this comment or this question?
Apparently, she did the reverse. She went with the white man, and then now she's with the black man. So I'm like, no. So it's like, well, actually, no, she's not the reverse. She's doing the same thing that Jonathan is. Only difference, really, she hadn't gotten. Well, she did get in some trouble. She got. Did she get SA?
Yeah, she did. She did. Just to read off exactly what happened, and you know, it's unfortunate. So Larry Nassar, he was the USA Gymnastics physician. He's the one who SA'd her, and the USA Gymnastics, they allowed the abuse to occur and helped cover it up. Yeah. So
in essence, she is kind of the same. She in the same kind of predicament. Now, I mean, not the same in the sense but it's not the same predicament. It's just like, but it's just like, again, it's like you go over to that side, something bad happens, and now you run back to the black side.
Well, the way I look at it is, so Jonathan Majors, he put hands and paws on Grace Jabari. Grace Jabari is a white woman. And in that Jonathan Majors would not be in the legal trouble that he's in if he would have got a black woman. And my argument is, okay, we understand that he allegedly was verbally abusive to other people. and physically and verbally abusive to Grace Jabari. So we would want him to be physically and abusive to a black woman because she wouldn't call the police, she wouldn't tell, she wouldn't humble him by having him facing criminal charges. So the issue I have with that logic is we basically are giving the green light to abusive black men to be with abusive black women because black women will be mules, mammies, and punching bags, which I think is wrong.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. You know, like black women have gotten a reputation for being the mules of the community far too long, to the point where even, you know, if a black man gets in trouble for putting his paws on a woman, he then turns around and says, damn, that wouldn't have happened to me if it was a black woman.
Exactly.
And I'm just like, okay, black women, y'all see this? I can't be the only one that see this. Y'all got to see this. Why are we still supporting Umar?
Exactly.
Umar has a way to put his foot in his mouth more times than not. And that's why when somebody say, oh, he's gonna be a great leader, not the way he keep putting his foot in his mouth. Why would you say anything that crazy?
Well, the issue. So Dr. Umar, I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off, but so Dr. Umar, he's allegedly making 2 schools for black boys, right? It should be 1 school for black boys, 1 school for black girls. He has numerous times shown a disdain and a usage of black women, and it's more like black women, like Faith was saying, are mules and mammies and nothing more than fodder. And whenever there's a black man who gets in trouble for being with a non-black woman, they always say that he should have been with a black woman. And I think it's because of the pro-blacks, the Pan-Africanists, the King Kong conscious, all those people, all those sectors, all those polite supporters, they believe that black girls and black women are less than. And that's really what the big picture is, that they feel they're less than. And so we go into Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens. People are like, well, Simone Biles, she's going to get abused because Jonathan Owens is a black man. See, that's the wrong thinking. See, in our community, we have 2 negatives that we're showing so far. One negative is Simone Biles is going to be abused because she's with a black man. Another school of thought is a black man should be with a black woman because he can do whatever he wants to the black woman. She ain't going to call the cops. She'll take it. She'll be the mammy, the mule. She'll do all those things. And because the black man is king and the black woman is just the donkey. You see what I'm saying? So in both situations, you can't have black love. So why would a millionaire or a billionaire who's black, or someone successful, or someone who's positive, healthy, and what have you, why would they entertain the community when majority of people have this thought process of A or B?
And let me just address something real quick, because Melanated, you know, made a comment about we should be understanding why black women are afraid for Simone. Now, did Simone's boyfriend attack anybody? Or, you know, I'm trying to figure out what's the correlation between this guy and the other guy.
No, he hasn't attacked anybody.
He hasn't attacked
so why would I be afraid for Simone when she's with a guy that has not displayed any of the behavior? And see, this is where I need black women to use discernment, because you can get with a white man who can just as easily do the same.
And again, just before, Simone got SA'd by a white man.
Right.
I think we forgot that part. She was dating white men. She got SA'd by a white man. Her supposed coach.
Bro, speak. I think when it comes to black women and, you know, the dynamic that divestors, people that have the divestor mindset have, is they're walking around with blinders on either side. And all they can see is the black man, and all they can see is the black man did this and the black man did that. But you don't see these white men over here molesting kids, abusing their power, and being just as abusive.
Man, I work in a prison. Your main people who are abusing kids, it's a race between the whites and the Hispanics. I can guarantee you 1 out of 4, if I go in there and look at their cards, 1 out of 4 is for either messing with kids or messing or raping women. That's what they do. It's big over there. So you think you're running from the problems going over there? I'm gonna tell you right now, sweetie, you're not running. You're running to a bigger problem. And even worse, they think you the lesser. If they think their women are kind of the lesser, what do they think of you? You're even lesser than their women. So, I mean, you're gonna run. If you run in there blinded and thinking that everything's sweet over there, you're gonna find out real quick it's not sweet over there. But I let people get in their delusions. So, but going back to Simone, I don't think it's a fear for Simone. I think it's one, the fact that Simone was dealing with white men, and then she decided to get with a black man. That got them upset. This guy, I guess he has, because of some of the comments that he said during the interview, got him upset because he thinks himself, he has an ego, which again, I would think you would have an ego to be at a top level in the NFL. You got to have some type of ego. So that's the big. So they didn't like that. I think for some women, unfortunately, they want black men to be the lesser. Some of them really want them to be the lesser so they can be in control of them.
And well, I will acknowledge that Jonathan Owens is not at the top of the food chain of the NFL, but to make it in the NFL, you got to be good. And when people rattle off Simone Biles' accolades, they don't really list off the fact that to get in the NFL, you got to be good. To get to be in a USA gymnastics participant, you got to be good. So they're both good in their fields to be able to be a part of something that's considered the best of the best as far as their field, one being football, one being gymnastics. I think the issue is that people have biases and there's like a gender war. And in that gender war, people spill out their biases. And that's why it just sounds so inconsistent when it comes to a lot of these conversations. So one thing, I'm not going to play any more of that video that I was playing, but what I will do is kind of maybe shift gears if you all are okay with it, unless you all have something else you want to say about the Dr. Umar Johnson stuff.
No, it's Umar being Umar. That's all I can say. It's Umar being Umar.
Exactly.
Right. And I'm okay with revisiting it in case you all or anybody else brings up anything. But now, just kind of shifting gears to something else I wanted to kind of elaborate on, and that is side. There is a problem with health. I know this is not a part of one of the thumbnails, but this right here. This is what this happens, and then people get big mad. Okay, I got struggle internet right now. Bear with me. Let me see if I can fix this. All right, so all right, ready, set, go.
Hold on, baby. What you doing? You don't need that right there. Go on and get this right here. You some long ass bananas too.
Mm-hmm. What is your problem?
I'm just trying to suggest you some healthier options. You don't want no damn. You don't even eat those snaps. What the hell is those?
I don't need you, some random man telling me what I can and can't do.
Well, fuck you too, baby.
Wow.
She ain't gotta take my life.
Right.
The other day I said,
because
nobody is gonna call him.
People, I'm stop sharing. So people have an issue with the rolling out of health advice. You try to give them health advice in a good way or a bad way. They tend to be angry and upset. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to hear about it. Change the subject, change the channel. Well, there's another thing about the community that a lot of people praise soul food and the idea of being big boned. They ain't trying to hear about it. When you try to give health information and try to have improvements, have a better class, a better than, helping people out. We are so busy racing to the bottom and accepting mediocrity, I keep messing that word up, or the idea of being ghetto, which ghetto means substandard. We as a culture have embraced that to the point where people don't want to be better. People want less than, and they also want people who are successful to give us the crumbs off their table because they feel like we can't get it on our own. Because I was having a back and forth earlier. That's why I had this banner right here, still waiting on someone to come up and address it. And that is, how do rich people move their money to the Black community? Who should get the rich people's money? How do rich people move their money to the Black community? And I think Black people are doing well, especially with the clip I just played. The woman in the clip was white who he was addressing, but when it comes to like information, you offer different helpful information, including health stuff. People want to fight you. Anybody who want to address the health crisis that we're facing, where people want to be negative and they want to be willful ignorant and they don't want positive, helpful, healthy information?
You go ahead, Faith.
Well, I was gonna say that would totally be me.
Oh no! I want my chips.
But no. I think that he was kind of toxic with how he was going about doing it. I don't think that it was the part of him sharing nutritional information. It was just that it's one thing to share educational information, then it's another to shove it down somebody's throat. And he was just overly aggressive with it, and I think that's what turned the woman off. Like his whole approach, the way he approached it was just it wasn't right.
Okay. So what would be a right way to do that? Let me get my overlay together because I got someone up that I've never seen before, and we got to be safe. Better safe than sorry. So what would be a positive way to introduce health information without
Well, I mean, if he's a personal trainer or a nutritionist or whatever, or just layman at it or whatever, and he was interested in the woman and, he wanted to talk to her, he could have just kind of, came up to her, hi, my name is, whatever, and I see that you're, looking at this over here, and I'm a personal trainer, nutritionist, blah, blah, blah. And, I would really like to, talk to you, on a deeper level about health and nutrition or whatever. It's just a way that he could have went about it that wasn't as intrusive. Because I mean, he's a stranger. She doesn't know him. She's not his child. So you can't just shove the information down somebody's throat and make them take the banana. Like it just seems like he was Debo. Like, you gonna eat this banana. I'm like, wait a minute.
Right.
That doesn't fly.
Yeah, it was a skit. It was meant to be kind of like shocking and everything. But I agree with you, Faith. So we have a new person coming on the panel. Want to put my overlay up in case it's a Dr. Umar supporter that's come to tear things down.
Now I'm not a Dr. Umar supporter. Come on now. I've been following your channel for years now. No.
Okay. Let me take the overlay down. It's safe. You never know these days. You never know.
You know it. You know who I am. I've been watching you forever and ever and ever.
Okay. So any thoughts on Dr. Umar Johnson, or I'm going to get to Dr. Jackie in a minute, and also anything about Simone Biles, or Jonathan Owens, or anything like that?
I'm just thinking and listening. I'm just listening. I wanted to kind of chime in. I'll probably chime in a little bit later, but I'm listening for now.
Okay.
Yeah, for now. I obviously saw you go live. So I also want to say hello because I haven't talked to you in ages. So hello.
Yeah, because you said you've been I guess watching me for years. Like, do you remember me as just Spade Parklin, or was like going by a different name?
Well, I remember you when you were talking mostly about career stuff.
Okay.
Just a bunch of different things you're talking about. Because I mean, you have a child, don't you?
Well, do I?
I could have sworn. Do you? I could have. Well, you were talking about some woman or something. I have a very long memories. You've talked about a lot of stuff on YouTube over the years.
Okay, I won't quiz you or anything. I know you said you followed me for years. I believe you. I don't remember, but maybe my memory might be jogged later on in the future. But welcome to the panel. Welcome to the panel. So, okay, go ahead.
I'm a Black woman, obviously. The picture in my avatar is me. I did recently get a breast augmentation with the hopes to attract a wider selection of men who I could potentially marry. Do you think that Black men are not attracted to women who look like me?
So, Black men are attracted to who they're attracted to. And you can tell who they're attracted to by their exes. And just listen to how they talk about their exes, and that'll help you to kind of gauge who they're into and how. You look at their facial expressions, the inflection of their voice, ask them why the previous relationship didn't work out. People will give little hints as to who they really choose and who they settle for. And then the other aspect would be give them scenarios, like with Simone Biles and Jonathan Owens, ask their thoughts on that, or what Dr. Umar said. That'll kind of like, oh, go ahead.
No, I'm talking in general terms. So I obviously have a breast augmentation. That's the only surgery I've had, and that's the only thing I plan to have. I'm wondering, are Black men, do they tend to not care about breasts? Because I know booty is a big thing in the among Black men. So I'm wondering, with my current aesthetic, what you see in the avatar, is this geared more towards white men?
Well, go ahead, brother, speak.
It really just depends. Now, me, I'm not the breast person. I am the butt person, but I can appreciate a nice sized breast. So, but that's just me, particularly. It depends on where they are, what region of the country they in. Maybe like California, something like that. They won't be more of a breast person. But if you're down south, yeah, it's gonna be the ass and the hips. That's what they're gonna be looking at. It just depends on the area where they are. So I can't say as a general, like, Black men as a collective, they just on this thing.
Well, Jess, let me ask you this. When you're out and about, what type of men approach you for like either a general conversation or approach you for, let's just say, more than conversation? Okay. So, Faith, you got any words of wisdom for Jess? You're an attractive woman. A lot of people have approached you.
Well, I would say this. In my personal experience, Black men have always been about the hips and the butt. This is just, collectively. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't Black men that are not attracted to breasts, because Black men will pretty much sleep with anything. I've seen Black men with women that are big and round as Big Shirley. But as far as what they are, attracted to, what they pedestalize, they pedestalize the hips and the behind more so than they do the breasts. So if you're, trying to attract Black men, you might want to get the BBL. if you want to attract white men, then yeah, the breast augmentation definitely for them, because most of them are, you know, for the tatas, you know.
Yeah, they breast people.
Yeah, the Caucasian man loves the breasts.
Right. No, I don't. No, I guess I'm looking at the picture. I don't think she needs a. I don't think she needs a BBL, to be honest. I'm just looking at the picture.
No, she looks fit. You know, she's ready to go.
Yeah, so I don't
But
think
there are some black men that, you know, like a little bit more of a woman, you know.
Yeah, I can see, but nah, but if that's a picture, they'll work with that. I'm sorry.
Until I see differently, I think she's a troll. I think that was like there's a trolling situation, because you know we all see the picture, and then when I asked what kind of men you would normally attract, she left. So for right now, I'm gonna say it's a troll. Maybe she can come back and correct, because people will say, "Hey, I've been watching you for a long." Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, you know, I would like for her to come back and, you know, have the conversation, because this is something that, you know, we need to talk about, you know, because black men do tend to worship the booty, even though bro speak is saying, you know, we'll work with that. Yeah, y'all will sleep with anything. But at the end of the day, it's all about the BOOTY.
Right. And so I saw one comment that Melanated Vessel says, "You change your name all the time. I literally just found your channel again." See, if you were still subscribed to me and didn't unsubscribe when you got upset when I changed my name, you would still been able to follow me or whatever. So Jess, until I think otherwise, I think you're trolling. Not really sure, because and here's why I say that, because you know, looking at your picture, we all see your picture's attractive. So whoever you're attracting, that's who you're meant to attract. Now, you know, we can't really speak for white men per se, and we can't speak for the collective of black men. But what I will say is that whoever you're currently, okay, I guess it really is you, whoever you're currently attracting, that's, you know, who you're meant to attract. And I would say that if who you're attracting is not really who you want to be with, then you can maybe change the places that you go to.
I do,
because
but I'm
go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, I don't like, with my body type, I obviously got a breast augmentation to attract more men. Just wondering, like, do you think my aesthetic is geared more toward white men? Because that's the guys that are mostly attracted to me.
Well, and I hate to dance around the answer, but you got to understand that people, like white people, tend to be attracted to white people, and black people tend to be attracted to black people.
But that's not what
so.
It's mostly been white men.
So white men have been approaching you, like, for relationships and whatnot?
Yes, that's been the primary group of men, but I prefer to be with the black man. That's why I'm asking. I'm like, was it a mistake to get a breast augmentation? Should I get?
I would say the mistake or change you would make is where you frequent, because a lot of times men are attracted to just, you know, whatever they find sexually appealing. So if you're mainly going to the sides of town that mainly have white men, or you work at a job that mainly has white men, that's what you're going to attract. You would have to go to places where more black men are at to be approached by more black men. Because you know, we can't really speak for the collective of men, but men typically, they look at a woman, small waist, nice breasts, nice hips and thighs. Okay, let me come say hi. And that's usually whoever is in proximity of you. So if you want to increase the number of black men who approach you, then you would have to go, in my opinion, to like bars, clubs, maybe a library, or maybe even church, or just stores on a side of town that have a predominantly greater amount of black people there. And you don't have to say where you're at, because we don't need to know where you're at to give specificity. And then, like, if frequenting sides of town where there's more black people or black men or frequenting places that have more black men doesn't work, then you could also go on dating apps. Dating apps is a new thing. I've never really experienced it. I think Brother Speaks and Faith can speak more on that, but you can go on dating apps and perhaps meet not just, black men, but black men who you find appealing. I guess swipe left or swipe right, and maybe you'll have the same luck that Simone had.
Well, that's
Faith or go ahead.
I'm on dating apps right now in the Los Angeles area, and the only group of men that I'm attracting, I mean, I literally just went out on a date with a white man. They're all white men, all of them, and I'm just like, I don't mind to be with a white man, but I would prefer to be with a black man at the end of the day. Like, period.
Well, Faith,
It doesn't have anything to do with your looks. Right now, especially on the West Coast, black men, from what I see, they travel out here to the West Coast specifically to get with non-black women. So it doesn't have anything to do with you, how you look, or none of that. You look fine.
Wow. Okay. Wow. I guess I never would have dreamed of settling down with a white man, and I suspect if it keeps going the way that it is, it will most likely be with a white man, which I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
So, Brother Speaks, do you have any advice for her? Because after you and Faith kind of give y'all's 2 cents, I'll move into Dr. Jackie.
I would say if you're going to go for black men in particular, I would say more of the upper scale black men. As far as I wouldn't deal with the lower class, because they're going to be the ones, they're going to be more the hips and thighs and the ass. If you go more upper scale, then they're more of dealing with women with your body type. I will also suggest guys who are more into fitness, black men, like personal trainers, stuff like that.
Okay.
Because they'll deal with this, because they deal with fitness. They won't be around fit women. So that would be my more suggestion. If this is what you want, a black man, then you got to be in like dealing with men who more in the fitness, probably more in the military, more professional black men. If you go into where they're lower class black men, I mean they'll deal with you, but like Faith probably saying, you might not be their particular type like that.
Yeah.
So I will suggest this: if you find a white man that do it for you, I mean, stick with that. But if that's not who you're attracted to, don't do it, because you're gonna regret it.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, unfortunately, myself and Brother Speaks, we're not attracting black men, of course. So we couldn't really help you as far as attracting, black men like you desire. As far as my cup of tea, I couldn't tell you, because you're not really my cup of tea. However, there's other channels, like there's dating channels like Kendra G. She has a dating show. You could go on there, cam up and
You said a cup of tea. Do you think you represent most black men? Because I'm starting to think my body type. So in the picture that you see in my avatar, I'm actually right now maybe 12 to 13 pounds weighing less than that, but my boobs are the same size. Would you say that your preferences is kind of similar to what most black men are feeling and thinking?
Well, to kind of deflect from that, I would say I recommend going on like Kendra G when she has the internet dating show. Cam up. Hold on, and cam. I'm just saying, because in cam up, and you could just put yourself out there like on Kendra G's dating show, and there's other channels that have actual dating shows where you can get up there and say, hey, I want a black man between this age and this age that makes this income and whatnot, and people will flock to your social media who are black men that
told you I understand all of that. I am familiar with those channels. I'm asking you because you said that I'm not your cup of tea. I'm curious, would you say that your preferences, you're representative of most Black men?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Now, the reason why I say not my cup of tea is because I like, I mean, you know, Faith and I, we're together. So Faith has a brilliant mind. She's smart. She's funny. She's more of my cup of tea as far as being intellectual, being a great personality, someone that's into goal setting, someone that's a value add for my purpose. So
size.
So like for me, when and I'm not putting you down, but for me, when a woman, let's just say, shows pictures of herself and they're designed to give a rise sexually, that's not really what I would want in a partner or in someone that I would want to be attracted to, because I would want someone who's not showing their body that much or who's more modest, where you're with a bikini. Now, I'm not putting you down, just answering your question. So if I was in the market and wanting to talk to someone, I would see you with your bikini pic and be like, no, because if I get with you, you're going to be having pictures like that. And that's not really what I would want my woman to have as far as pictures online. Now, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. It's just that's just not my cup of tea as far as
I'm asking
showing off.
I'm asking about my body type because you're a Black man, and I'm wondering, is my body type unsuitable for the average Black man? I told you that avatar that you see, I'm 13 pounds less than that. Is my body type not what most Black men are seeking?
Well, Brother Speak, do you have anything for that?
So you're saying you're 12 pounds lesser than the actual picture you got? You saying?
12 to at least 15. I'm a lot smaller than that. I'm just wondering, is my body type not suitable for most Black men?
I wouldn't say not suitable. I mean, like I was saying, like if you the type of men that you want, Black men that you want to get with, is one, like I said, professional, more like personal trainers. Those type of men will like your body type because they like fit women. If you talking about like just men, like just like I don't know how thin you truly are. I don't.
Black men don't typically like thin women. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Thank you, Faith. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And you're fine, by the way. You know, because I promote health and fitness on my channel. I wish that Black people would change our mindset, you know, towards how we think about body types. But collectively, Black men, you know, prefer bounce. Now, you know, they like your flat stomach, they like your big boobs, but they're gonna want to see some bounce in the back, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Thank you, Faith. I appreciate your honesty because I suspected that's what was going on. My body type is not what most Black men are seeking. And that's just kind of what I wanted to just get some
But I want to get away from the body type thing because, see, I think you're focused on the wrong thing. To be honest with you, it shouldn't even be about what you look like and who you're attracting based on what you look like. You want to be more looking at who you're attracting based on what you need in a partner. So, you know, it doesn't matter about, you know, what your body type is and all of that. I mean, because if a guy approaches you, he obviously likes what he sees, but do you like him? You know, that's also a part of it too.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you, Faith. I didn't think about that really. Okay. Yeah. All righty. Well, I got some things to think about. Okay.
Yeah, there's two dating coaches. I mean, dating coaches, but people who host dating shows. There's Kendra G and then there's Ashley D. What I recommend is actually going on their live streams when they're doing the dating show, cam up, and just say, hey, I'm looking for a black man between this age and that age who makes this amount of money. Here are my deal breakers. When you're asked, why would someone be lucky to have you? You know, kind of give your answer, and you'll get black men who will go to your social media, whatever you have, and they'll shoot their shot, and then you can kind of maybe date, pick from that.
But
and
did you hear what Faith just mentioned about my body type? That's my fear, is going on to a Kendra G, Ashley something, and being laughed at the door because of my size. I want to 500K.
Let me give you advice. Please don't go to Kendra G. I'm just telling you right now. That is Plenty of Fish. If Plenty of Fish had a dating show, that's Kendra G.
Nothing wrong with Kendra G. Well, okay, but think about it. In real life, she's getting approached by white guys, and she wants to get approached by black guys. So unless she goes to places where black guys frequent, the only recourse, and she's already doing dating apps, though.
Yeah, but she's got to move. I'm sorry. You're over here on this West Coast. This West Coast is not the place for black women to, find, black men. I'm sorry, but they come here strictly, looking for the swirl. You're gonna have to go somewhere like down south, maybe, or
Oh my!
What?
Now she has to relocate. She may have to. You all are having her relocate to a place where she may never have lived, and then we don't know how she makes her money, income wise.
Well, that's
we don't know
true.
if she has family in California, right? So to me, I think the better answer, instead of her relocating to find someone, would be to expand her options as far as where she frequents. She's already doing the dating apps. I think the dating show might not hurt. I mean, I don't think it could hurt. People have had success on there. But the thing is we're just giving her options on where she can go and what she can do so that she could possibly be successful.
I'm just saying, just deal with the different type of, if you want black men, like I said, the more professional ones, the personal trainers, that's if she want black men. Now
trainers don't make 500K.
Oh, they got to make 500K a year. See, you didn't include that, Jess. Now we're getting more specific into perhaps why you.
Well, I mean, you're not gonna find too many black men making 500K. You might as well stay in the white dating pool.
Right.
Yeah.
It's gonna be that's gonna be a little difficult to get a black man in particular. I'm gonna agree with them on that one.
Right, because Jonathan Owens is taken. The Jonathan Owens of the world, they're getting with the Simone Biles.
Yeah.
Unless, like I said, unless you're dealing with athletes. If you're gonna go with athletes, then yeah, I mean, if you can find them there.
But I mean, you can get a black man, but I don't think one at 500K. And Melanated Vessel says something very that I think is very true. She said that she never had an issue getting a black man, and she said, I was thinner coming up, though I'm definitely slim thick now. I'm not changing anything to please anyone. I like being slim thick, and you have to just love yourself.
Yeah.
That in and of itself is going to be very attractive.
Okay.
Just loving yourself and having that confidence. Confidence is definitely an attractor.
Okay. I think that's
so. Don't rely too much on your body. You're relying too much on that, and I think you're leading with the wrong thing.
Okay. I think so too.
I need a picture of Melanated so we can prove that she's slim thick. I'm kidding.
Speak.
Hey. She says she's slim thick. I need pictures for that. but anyway, no, but like I said, I'm like, if you want that, I mean, if you're looking for guys who making 500K, please don't go to Kendra G.
I agree.
Fish talk dating show. You're not gonna find nobody making 500K.
Exactly.
You might as well go to the NFL tryout camps where they got the rookies try your luck there, or professional sports, any maybe basketball, football, plenty of black guys there who make $500K, and they're young and they're single, and they may be more your cup of tea and your speed to make $500K or greater, because I'm pretty sure that aspect. And then also you have you're in California, so you got Silicon Valley. There's guys who are in the tech field, they make $500K in your area. A lot of them are black. You know, we don't really know much information as far as what you want. And as far as a black man, this isn't really a dating show. This probably is not really the best place to necessarily give dating advice, because we don't really do that here. But hopefully we were able to kind of help you with what we could provide before moving on to the next thing.
I appreciate it. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thanks, Faith. Thanks, Spade. Thanks, Bro Speak. Thank you.
No, it's a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you
No
so
problem. I tried my best.
Oh, Hoghead Cheese says, I make $500K, Jess. Well, there you go. Don't know how Hoghead Cheese looks, but
yeah, I think somebody's lying.
well, hey, let them tell it. Everybody in Black YouTube makes $1 million a year. Everybody has enough money to give money to the Black community, so on and so forth. Yeah.
I think he made $500K a year playing Monopoly.
Come on. You know,
and Faith, this is why I say, you know, I really love the way you look. I really love your looks and your mind. You know, you're my cup of tea, and you know, I know you're really into the health and the fitness. So we're fortunate to have you in this space. Unfortunately, you're not really appreciated, because I saw you took a beating with the better class of women. But hopefully people can go to your community tab and see the great way you look and kind of take a page out of your book, because definitely a lot of Black men find you appealing, and that's definitely a lot of people's cup of tea. Hopefully Jess can take a page from your book to, I guess, increase her chance of getting her a Black man from the community. So before going on, anybody have anything before we move on to Dr. Jackie?
No.
No, thank you for the accolades. I appreciate all compliments.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right, so I didn't really finish the Umar Johnson video. I think we did enough on him. We've kind of talked about him ad nauseum. Nobody came up to defend Dr. Umar and his being a parasite of the community. So now we got Dr. Jackie. She's on the show Bravo. I watched Married to Medicine at Faith's place. She put me on it. And let's see, I got it queued up right here. Yep. She put me on it. So now I can speak about it in expert, which is why I was able to make this beautiful beam footage right here. And
I chose that.
Hold up. But just like the previous one, if you all want to chime in and say anything, just tell me to stop it. If not, I'm going to just have it go ×2. All right. Ready, set, and let's go.
Jackie, because she's in the Atlanta area, she's a Black female doctor, and knowing like the high mortality rate with Black women during childbirth, I wanted to feel protected, so I wanted a Black doctor. But honestly, this was the most traumatic birthing experience I could have possibly thought I would went through. To make a long story short, the day I turned 38 weeks, Dr. Jackie decided to induce me because they thought my baby had a low birth rate, meaning they thought she only weighed like 5 pounds. I went to the hospital that day, not knowing that I was going to be spending the next 3 days in labor, in excruciating pain. And not only was it painful for me, it was painful for my child, because his heart rate was going up and down, up and down, up and down, with them trying to exhaust every option they could to get him out of me. So when all the methods failed, they ended up telling me that I had to have an emergency C-section because his heart rate had got too low. You know, when I tell you I was bawling from the moment they told me to the moment they put me on the table, crying, couldn't talk, I couldn't even open my mouth. After that was all said and done, weighed him, he ended up being 6 pounds 8 ounces, meaning he didn't have a low birth rate. He could have stayed in me until he was ready to come out. Mind you, in those 3 days, I didn't see Dr. Jackie one time. Not one time did I see her. And I had my baby during COVID, so it was only one person allowed in the living room, me and my mom, and I was scared out of my mind. Okay, scared. And then my baby, like now he has like developmental delays, and I don't know if I should associate that with them inducing me, because personally, I feel like if they let him cook a little bit longer, he would have been fine. But who am I to say that's correlated? But that's just my story, and I'm sticking to it, and I will not be going back.
I'm taking a much-needed pause to address comments that I made during a 2020 live interview with one of my castmates. First and most importantly, to Black women and mothers, including your friends, families, and the medical community who cares for you. Because my words left you hurt and feeling unsupported, I want you to know I hear you, I see you, I believe you, and I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I am brokenhearted over this. The guilt and reality that I have hurt and offended people, especially Black women, and some of my own patients, pains me to my core. As I look back over the 2-hour video again and again, I admit that I used the wrong words and descriptions to properly convey my concerns regarding maternal mortality related to women of color. But the fact is, we must do more because we are still dying more. If I could say it all over again, here's how I'd say it. When experiencing a health matter, keep a log of your concerns and symptoms so that you can provide them accurately to your physician. Have a buddy system, someone who can advocate for you when you're with a physician, especially when pregnant. Know that a second and third opinion is not just sometimes warranted, but necessary. I thank you for taking out time from your holiday to tune into my apology and my self-dedication to Black women and healthcare. I've been shaken and moved to be better.
Sometimes, as African American women, we're a bit more dramatic. And that you go to the doctor and you complain and you complain and you complain and you're not taken serious because you cried wolf the entire pregnancy. That ain't me, boo. I don't know what you're talking about. Go ahead. I didn't say you. I just said as African American women, we want to also make sure you're being serious with your doctor and not playing the game so I can take you off. Because then we see you 25 times in the pregnancy. It's hard to believe that there's a true problem, but there's a true problem.
Remember the 2020 pandemic that hit everybody around the world? Well, bravo. All right. So my commentary is not that important. So yeah, Dr. Jackie, she says, stop crying wolf. Y'all play too much. Y'all come in with a problem. You cry wolf so many times. When you actually have a problem, we don't believe you. And she says that Black women are crying wolf during pregnancy to avoid going to work. Now, I've watched the show, and Faith, you can give me your thoughts in a moment. And of course, Brother Speaks, you can also weigh in that when it comes to Dr. Jackie, she's elitist. She looks down on people. I think she's secret. Well, and I know for a fact, or this is what I believe anyway, that she has a disdain for Black women who have not just been pregnant, but have given birth, because she can't have children because she unfortunately had a bout with cancer. And I think that she imposes her beliefs in her practice when she gives criticism and she's negative towards Black women. So I don't know, Brother Speaks, I don't know if you've seen Married to Medicine. If you have not, I'm going to roll in the Faith first.
No, go to Faith because I don't know who this is.
Okay. Faith. Dr. Jackie, are we still team Dr. Jackie, or are we gonna throw her away?
We got to throw her out, okay?
Oh,
With the baby in the bathwater. I mean, just oh my God. Dr. Jackie, I always noticed when I was watching the show that she's, been kind of elitist, and she's one of those nice, nasty, death by 1,000, what do you call it? Paper cuts type.
Right.
Yeah. She'll take little teeny tiny jabs. She jab. I hate women like this. I really do, because it's kind of like I'm not touching you, but I am being super annoying. and that's her personality, and it's coming out with her patients. She's inattentive. She has never experienced childbirth herself. How can you sit up here as a woman who has never yourself, and I'm not saying that she could help having cancer, and the cancer took away her ability to give birth. I understand that, but because you've never experienced it, how can you sit up here and just have a sweeping generalization about Black women, stating that we just, are extra and we just don't want to go to work, and, all of this? When white women, are pregnant and they decide to take off of work, nobody bats an eye. Nobody says, you just want to get out of going to work. Some white women even plan not to work. They leave work as soon as they find out that they're pregnant, because they just want to simply lower the risk of having, any type of complications. So what's wrong with a Black woman wanting to lower the risk of having any type of complications? I think that she should be canceled. Honestly.
I agree. And the elephant in the room is that Dr. Jackie, her patients are affluent, so they can afford not to work. So she's talking about your average Black person. She's talking about maybe even single moms, women that they want to take off work. They don't want to work while they're pregnant, and they probably want to be on FMLA, and they can get on that and get paid with Dr. Jackie's recommendation. And so just kind of going into that to me, and this is going to be messy, but to me, this is the reason why Curtis had cheated on her, because she had this elitist attitude. She looks down on people. She has a stank attitude. And if you want to be real about the situation, I think Curtis, the woman that he got with, the reason why he cheated on her with that woman is because she's nicer. Dr. Jackie, she's let's just say that she's a handful. A lot of people don't like her. And the only reason why she apologized was because a lot of her clients started to boycott her. But you didn't hear that from me. So yeah, it's a lot that goes on with these elitist Black people. And that's why I said earlier in the broadcast, how can we tell these rich millionaire and billionaire Black people what to do with their money when they have an elitist attitude and they want to see you do bad? They want to see you broke and poor. They even work to undermine you by telling their white counterparts who are at the same level to treat you bad, look down on you, and to treat you like crap. How can we expect them to really benefit the collective when they are one of the main ones promoting Black inferiority, which is the other side to white supremacy? So, Brother Speak, you got anything?
Yeah, it sounds like aunt that I had. She would play that nice nasty role, and
Sorry.
because because of her, but she wasn't a doctor. She was one of the people that believe in the Bible.
Bible thumper,
right? And but because she really didn't like people like that, she'll pretend like she cares, but then she don't care, and it's troubling. So when I see people like that, I'm like, yeah, I can understand like why she would think stuff like that, because like I said, she don't like, she has an issue with Black women, like, because I think in our community, the people who are a lot of these people coons, a lot of times they weren't accepted by people in the neighborhood. They wouldn't accept it for whatever reason. And so because they feel like they were pushed out for whatever reason, some may be legitimate, some it could be in their head. When they see you, you're the enemy, just off the rip.
Right. Hold up, say it louder, because there's people in the chat who don't believe you. Say it again, Brother Speaks. Hold up. Say it again. It's people in the chat who don't believe you.
There are people who were not accepted by our community for whatever reason.
Nerds.
Right, nerds. But because they were not accepted like that,
making A's and B's. I'm sorry for messing you up. I'm trying to be a hype man. I'm sorry.
They'll be that nice, nasty role, but then they'll undermine you. They'll try to get you out the way.
Bullies.
You're enemy on sight.
Facts.
And you can see that like on YouTube. You see infighting with Black women. You see the infighting with Black men. It's
Manosphere.
It's not even just a gender war. It's a Black civil war. And you see it. Let a Black woman say something positive about Black men. Oh, she's enemy number one. Say a Black man say something positive about Black women. You're the enemy.
They call you simp, right?
Simp, weak. You're a Black male feminist,
right?
You're mama's boy. You must have been raised by a single mother. I'm like, bro. I'm like, dang, really?
Right. They bully you in the bathroom, right?
Huh?
They bully you in the bathroom. Not just going off what Faith said earlier. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, and I'm pretty sure the women going through. I've seen that with the women too. Just it's brutal.
Right, Team Fatty moment. Right.
It's brutal, man. I just be I'm not surprised seeing a lady do that, and especially if you have a situation where she can't have children, and you see all these children. And I think also some of these doctors do have a frustration with their patients because you do have some patients who do cry wolf. But the thing of it is that you can kind of tell who's crying wolf and who's not. We got that in the prison. We got a lot of inmates who cry wolf a lot. They'll say, "Oh, I have chest pains," just to get out of the cell and be a nuisance. But at the same time, you can't be on here talking about doing stuff like that, what she just did. You can't do that. You're a doctor.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think it does more harm than good to say that Black pregnant women are crying wolf as opposed to focusing on her patients who cry wolf or focusing on people who publicly say they cry wolf? And the reason why I ask you that is because in my opinion, Dr. Jackie saying that pregnant Black women cry wolf to get out of work, so don't believe them, or they need to stop crying wolf when they have symptoms and stuff. To me, it promotes the idea that Black women are masculine, that they're tougher. There's been documented medical situations where doctors don't want to give Black women pain medicine when they say they're experiencing pain because Black women are supposed to be tougher than other women. Do you think it's more harm than good for a medical professional like Dr. Jackie to say that Black women who are pregnant cry wolf to get out of work?
Yes, I think it is very harmful because, again, then here's what would happen. This woman be like, okay, I might be having a problem, but it might not nothing because, I don't want to look like that I am faking. Because I had, my ex, she wasn't pregnant, but she had a lot of pain, like legitimate pain. And the doctors wouldn't treat her because they felt, one, she's a Black woman, and two, because of her weight. There's a lot of bias. But she actually had a problem. It was so much so that she ended up not being able to walk for a long time because of the pain that was happening in the back.
Right.
Because she was misdiagnosed. So yeah, that is very dangerous thing and you trying to fight with it, and not only is she spreading it out to other women, she's also spreading it to other doctors.
Right.
And because now they're gonna be looking at this pregnant Black woman, oh, she's probably faking, and they're not gonna treat her like they should be treating her. And just not only even with the pregnancy, but just in general in medicine. Like I said, with my ex-wife, she was in little pain, and a lot of times they were brushing it off. So it's very dangerous. Now you want to say some of your patients is crying wolf, and you can tell. Okay, I'll give you that one because you can tell. But if you're saying just Black women, period, Black pregnant women are crying wolf just to get out of work, I'm like, man, it's you doing
toxic. Exactly, it's toxic. And people have gone to my comment section and they've tried to defend Dr. Jackie by saying, well, when during my pregnancy, there was times where I complained that I wasn't really hurting that bad. When you go to a medical professional, the first thing they ask you is, what is your pain level from 1 to 10? They show you the chart. And you say what your pain level is. If you're crying wolf, you're crying wolf. If you're not, you're not. I think it's better for a medical professional. And Dr. Jackie apologized now. I played it. She's already apologized for all of you all who are like, well, what about this? What about that? Nah. All y'all nah people. She's already apologized. She realizes she's wrong, or at least she admitted that she's wrong. And I just kind of finishing it off.
Yeah, so forgive Dr. Jackie like y'all forgave Fatty. No, I'm just playing.
Wow.
Oh, please don't
That's, you know what? I could play that comment and we could address it in real time. I'm not going to touch it because I know there's people, let's just say in the quote unquote family, who are on that team, and we don't want to start a war or anything. But before moving on to Taraji P. Henson, I'm gonna say I think it's better to for medical professionals to no longer introduce their biases and their hangups publicly when it comes to groups that cannot really afford to deal with private physicians, because other groups who are not Black, they have the resources to have a private physician. So when they cry wolf, it's not reported. The physicians who are paid with public assistance, for example, from the government, like if you're on government benefits, those numbers get reported. That's the reason why it seems like Black people or people from, we'll just say at-risk communities, which is brown and Black people, have more problems than other groups. And it's because of that. And we have to basically consider the whole story and the larger truth when it comes to the situations, instead of just saying, well, Black people doing bad. No, not that we're doing bad. We don't collectively have the resources like other groups, because reparations is owed. So we can't afford the private physicians. We can't afford the private lawyers. We can't afford the private things and private professionals other groups or white people can afford, which has their numbers looking better and gets them out of trouble. So anything else from you two before we move on to Taraji P. Henson?
I just want to. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, we just had a Black woman earlier this year who got fired for putting her bias towards Black men, and the thing was, she was reported by another Black woman. So yeah, you can't. Whatever bias you might have, you better keep that in the house. It's not gonna go well for you, and especially if you're talking about something with pregnancy, and you having a bias. Oh, that's a double whammy. That's a no-no. I mean, I'm sorry. You can't have your bias out here in social media. You just can't. Whatever bias you got, you better keep that in-house. That's all I can say.
Faith, you got anything before we move on to Taraji crying?
Well, I just want to make this comment is that I think that she was very reckless and irresponsible in her, role as a doctor. And, especially being the media icon that she is, because Black women as it is, we don't get the level of care when we go to the doctor or when we're treated in emergency rooms and hospitals as it is. It's already a low tier of care when it comes to just us. And we have biases from other groups like Bro Speak brought up earlier. So the mere fact that you say this and then other doctors like Bro Speak said are listening to you, and because you're a Black woman, they're going to see you as representing for Black women, and they're going to believe you that this is how all Black women are. And so we're already getting a low tier level of care as it is. So imagine that it gets even lower. Like when I go to the doctor, it took me years to find a decent doctor that I have that gives a damn, that got me to the point where, I'm healthy, no blood pressure, no diabetes, that sort of thing. Years, because other doctors didn't care. And I'm just going to let you know, the bedside manner, they don't care. They treat you any kind of way. Some of them talk to you any kind of way. And then you have to constantly be, looking and looking and looking and looking. Like white women, they have their doctors for years and years. Some of them, it's like a family thing. It becomes a family doctor. Everybody in the family knows the same person. The doctor is even coming to your cotillion. But in the Black community, Black women, we don't stick with the same doctors all the time because we're constantly searching for somebody that's going to do us right. And for her making this statement, it's going to make it even harder for us to be on that search. So, she really, really needs to be mindful of what she says and how she says it and how it affects Black women as a whole. And I'll just leave it with that.
Yes, thank you. So I put in the chat the Faith Factor and the Brother Speaks podcast YouTube channels. You all subscribe to those channels. Take a minute to subscribe to them. Subscribe. You all may click on the link and it may kick you out, which is fine because we are going to wait a few seconds before rolling into the next thing. which is Taraji P. Henson. So you all subscribe to both the Faith Factor YouTube channel. Even subscribe with your troll accounts, but don't go over there trolling. Same thing for Brother Speaks. Subscribe with all your channels, including your troll accounts. Don't go over the trolling. Let's get them to 1 million subscribers before 2025. All right. So you all take time out. I'll give you all a minute. Subscribe. Yeah, subscribe. A lot of great conversation has been up here. Thank you both for entertaining me and my madness and my shenanigans. I hate that no one from the Dr. Umar Johnson sector came. Nobody from the Dr. Jackie fan club came. It's cool. I'm sure you guys will be in the comment section crying all over the place. It's cool. Subscribe. All right. A few more seconds. Give everybody a chance to click the link. And then also, if you're watching on the replay, subscribe. Don't carry the biases and let's just say animosity that you have for Spade Parklin to the Faith Factor Brother Speaks panel or channel. Don't do it. All right. That's enough time. So moving on. You all may have heard of Taraji P. Henson's latest shenanigan. She stars as Suge Avery on The Color Purple, and on a podcast where she was talking to Gayle King. She told Gayle that she feels that she is not paid what she's worth, and she's been overworked and underpaid. So now Taraji P. Henson is further talking about the situation, and 50 Cent, he's a troll. Sometimes he does say things that are positive, but 50 Cent shares his interest in wanting to work with Taraji P. Henson after she spoke about previously firing her team for not maximizing on her cookie line success, and that's on the show Empire. All right, let's do this.
Deal. Where's my commercial? Cookie was top of the fashion game. Where is my endorsement? What did you have set up for after this? That's why y'all haven't seen me in so long. They had nothing set up. All they wanted was another cookie show. And I said, I'll do it, but it has to be right. The people deserve. She's too beloved for y'all to fuck it up. And so when they didn't get it right, I was like, well, that's it. And then they had nothing else. You're all fucking fired.
Yes, you are all fired, like Donald Trump said. Vote for Donald Trump. All right, so you all heard it. 50 Cent he says they dropped the ball. F them. Taraji P. Henson, I'm ready to work. Let's get it. And 50 Cent has put a lot of people on. So I think it's great that people are realizing their worth and they're getting rid of dead weight. And that kind of goes into what I said earlier when it comes to, let's just say, upward mobility, economic advancement when it comes to the Black community and really everybody. And that is, there is no sense in coming together with people who do not benefit you. And I agree that it's good that Taraji P. Henson fired her team, because her team is the reason why she was seeking $1 amount and getting much less. Her team is the reason why she's never been a leading lady. And her team is the reason why she's worked hard and gotten less than other Black actors and actresses. So either one of you all have anything you want to weigh on with the whole Taraji P. Henson situation?
Well, I don't think that she can really blame the team. You know, I think some of it could be, you know, she might have some, you know, legitimate gripes there about her team. However, Taraji's a B-list actress. You know, she doesn't. Okay, if Taraji P. Henson's name is on a headliner, I mean, does she have draw to fill the seats at the box office? Is she a bona fide headliner? That's what I would ask myself, because, you know, someone that I would think would be a bona fide headliner would be like Halle Berry. Is Taraji on Halle Berry status? Is Taraji on Viola Davis status? Is Taraji on Angela Bassett status? I think not. So that could be why she doesn't, get the top dollar. I mean, just call me crazy, but most corporations and movie companies and they look at the bottom line, and the bottom line is, how much money do you bring? Do I need you and 4 other B-list actors in order to fill the seats, or are you enough by yourself to fill the seats? And if you are enough by yourself to fill the seats, then I'm going to give you the pay that I would pay for 5 other B-list actors. You would get 5 times the pay because you by yourself bring that amount of money to the box office. Taraji by herself does not fill the seats like Halle Berry. She just doesn't. So that's where I'm at with that.
I'm trying to remember the last movie that she was in, where she was the star. If anybody can help me, because I remember there was one movie that she was like the star besides A Color Purple. I'm trying to remember that last movie where she was like the star.
Well, so Wikipedia is going to help us out. No, Wikipedia is not like the best thing to look at as far as her accolades. However, she has won 33 awards, and I'm not trying to be negative, but the awards that she's won have been, like Faith said, B-level, C-level awards. She has had a nomination for one Academy Award. She didn't win. She's been nominated for a lot, but she doesn't really win that much. And one of the best roles that she had in Hollywood was when she played the mom of Benjamin Button, where she was nominated for Best Supporting Actress. She didn't get it. She did win a Golden Globe for Empire. And so that was 2016. That's what she was talking about in the clip that I just played, where her team should have struck when the iron is hot. And, an actor or actress, they can advocate for themselves, but usually it's a team that helps them do it. Because when it comes to these awards, it's almost like running a campaign for a political party. You have to advocate for it, maybe even pay money for it. And you have to kind of go above and beyond and sell yourself to these award committees to get nominated and to win. Like, winning is not really just who did the best or who had the best part. A lot of it's campaigning. A lot of it's who will spend the most money on gifts. A lot of it is very capitalistic, and that's just the nature of the beast. She has been nominated for a lot of Emmys, but just hasn't really taken home as far as winning. Now, she did get a Screen Actors Guild Award for her role in Hidden Figures. Hidden Figures, I would argue she was the lead character. She was the main one. If you all remember, it's 2017, around that time period. She was the one that had to go to the bathroom all the way on the other side of the building. And then she came back and she was doing the math computations better than the white guys who were there. She did amazing in Hidden Figures. But that was 2017. And that was around the same time that she won the Golden Globe for Empire. And like she said, her team didn't strike while the iron is hot, because she should have, around that time period, kept being a lead in other movies, because Hidden Figures, it was about black women, but it wasn't a black movie. That's why I said earlier that you doing black movies, black shows, that's good for the culture. But to get to the next level, you have to do stuff that we'll just say is universally liked, meaning it's not just for black people, but for all people. And that's just the nature of the beast, because we don't have a black Hollywood. We don't have a black country. We don't have a black strictly black thing like they have in like Nigeria. So they should have struck while the iron was hot. They did not, and that's the reason why she's not really had much anything else outside of Empire and Hidden Figures. Now she did win BET Awards. Not trying to put BET down, but BET is considered substandard when it comes to television. It is what it is. Okay,
Yeah,
it's not really.
That don't mean nothing.
Right, and
let's keep it a buck. BMT awards mean nothing.
Yeah.
So
agreed.
Where it means something? What awards has she won that actually people actually care about?
I would say so, but everything else is kind of like it's good to be awarded, but it's not really much of anything. But the main things that she has gotten accolades for that have, let's just say, put her on the map, so to speak, would be being Cookie in Empire and the movie Hidden Figures. Everything else is great to get an award for, and she's appreciative, but an Oscar, like an Academy Award, that puts you in a whole nother category. That puts you at Denzel Washington's level. That puts you at Angela Bassett level, Viola Davis level, and even Will Smith. He may have fell from grace, but Will Smith was at the very top when he won before the slap. Oh, go ahead.
Can anybody tell me what was Taraji's most memorable moment in an acting role?
Hidden Figures.
No, I'm talking about because with Will Smith, everybody can remember, when he was playing Muhammad Ali and the energy that he gave, and certain lines that he said. Like, can you remember too much about Taraji?
No, like none. That's what I'm saying. I didn't even know she was in Hidden Figures.
I forgot she was in Hidden Figures, to be honest with you.
Yeah, she was the lead. She was the lead in Hidden Figures.
But you see my point.
Right.
Faye couldn't remember. I don't even know she was in that movie. That's what level she's at. So if you're trying to say where your team failed you, well, let's look where was that Cookie character going to go? Cookie was great for right then. She was great for Empire, but you can't take that Cookie character somewhere else.
No, she's typecast. I mean, to be honest with you, I can remember now what I remember her from. Baby Boy, Jody, I hate you, Jody.
Oh yeah, she was her.
Yeah, I remember her from that. But I mean, she's typecast. I mean, that's the type of role she gets.
Yeah. I mean, what's Cookie? It's just a enhanced role of Jody.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so that's where it is, and you can't go beyond that. There's nothing a team can do unless she lucks up and get a role where she breaks out of that, and that's going to take some luck and some producer or director that sees something in her so that she can break out of that role. Then she can get to them big numbers, like take Will Smith. It took somebody taking a chance on him, put him in all those different movies, but he really didn't blow up as far as the box office until Independence Day.
So to add my 2 cents, I would say Taraji P. Henson, she just played Suge Avery in The Color Purple 2023. I hear she did great in that. I think going off of that piece of her kind of playing villains, because Suge Avery is considered a villain. Cookie was a villain. She does villain really well. If she gets in shape, gets rid of the body fat, gets fit, she could possibly play in a DC or Marvel movie as a villain, and that could be something to springboard her into let's just say, back into mainstream Hollywood as far as consideration for maybe a supporting role as a villain, and then she does well with those two things, she could headline, and I think people would support her if she plays kind of like an anti-hero in a movie. I could see it. It's just, can she see it? And I don't think the general public can see it right now, which is why she would have to make those steps. What do you all think?
I don't think she's that good.
Her best bet is going to be Marvel.
Oh man, yeah.
They will do the women. They keep making these women movies, and it still ain't going nowhere. So, but that would be her best shot.
Mm-hmm.
Get in with Marvel, because I don't know about DC. DC, unfortunately, the only good movie DC movie they made would be what was that shit? Black Adam. That was the last one. I mean, the Batman was the Justice League was so I'm just saying her best bet probably get with Marvel and see what she can do there, and maybe have a breakout role in that. But other than that, she's just Cookie. She plays I mean, even you can make the argument, Suge is her roles are the downtrodden black woman.
Yeah.
And that's a big problem. That's all you're going to be linked to is the downtrodden black woman, the one who's getting cheated on, the one who's getting abused, or she looked at as a sexual object and stuff like that. It's not a role where it's inspiring.
Right. She needs to diversify her portfolio. Like Kimberly Elise plays so many different diversified roles. Like she was a retarded woman in one role, and then she played a doctor, abused daughter. It was just so many versatile roles for her. I love her as an actress. But Taraji, like I said, she's typecast. She needs to break out of the mold and stop accepting, because see, she has a responsibility too. She has to say no to some of these roles. And I know that might be kind of hard when you want to eat, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's true, because and that's where the difficulty is. It's like, okay, if I turn down this role, I might not get these other roles, because sometimes you turn down roles, you might get blackballed. So it's kind of like I don't know. It's a difficult thing when you're talking about Hollywood, and especially with black folks in the position we're in. We don't control Hollywood. We're more dependent on them than they are of us, and so we don't really have the bargaining chips that other folks would have. So she's in a kind of precarious situation. Like I said, if she can get with Marvel, they big on those women movies. Maybe she could play, like you said, maybe a villain, because she's good. Like you said, Faith, she's good at that.
Yeah.
And get away from these downtrodden black women roles. It's 12. I mean, come on, Baby Boy, Empire, the Hidden Figures, now Color Purple. Listen, I'm not dissing the movie, but I'm just saying these are the same roles: downtrodden, abused black woman that a lot of these black women play. It's hard to get out from under that.
Well, in her defense, a lot of people have gotten Oscars, which is winning an award from the Academy Award for being downtrodden. Look at Angela Bassett. She played Tina Turner. Also, you got Denzel Washington. He got a Oscar for Training Day. Halle Berry got an award for Monsters Ball, where the white guy unalived her husband, and then she turned around and slept with the guy. So I think, unfortunately, that's kind of the path you got to take. The downtrodden, the negative stereotype. You got to take that role and play it well. Because once you get the Academy Award, then you can get better roles and more decent roles that normally would be reserved for, let's say, like white people or Halle Berry or for Viola Davis and Angela Bassett. So I hear what you all saying, and I agree with you, but I think if Taraji were to lean into that stereotype, but have it on like a white movie, not Tyler Perry, because they'll screw you over. Taraji's already been crying about stuff like that. I think if she leans into those roles, she can have her Monsters Ball moment. She can have her Training Day moment. She can have her What's Love Got to Do with the moment. She can have Viola Davis. She played the crackhead moms and Antoine Fisher. Unfortunately, because we don't have a Black Hollywood and we don't have a Nollywood like Nigeria or a Bollywood like India, a lot of Black actors and actresses, in my opinion, they have to take those negative roles and they have to lean into it and do it astronomically. Get the Academy Award, then it puts you to the next level. Will Smith got it for playing Venus and Serena's father. He probably would have gotten it again for Emancipation had that slap had not happened with Chris Rock. But then again, I do agree with you and Brother Speaks, you and Faith. I do agree with you both that Taraji P. Henson, unfortunately, she has gotten older and she's kind of been relegated to being the mom. She's relegated to only being able to take on roles that people can see her doing. And she's limited at age 53.
Yeah.
So
wait, 53?
53. She was born 9/11.
Oh.
Also, she was born on the worst day ever. So being born on the worst day ever because of 9/11, her being 53, the fact that she's not getting any younger. The younger actors and actresses are being pumped into the industry and they're kind of taking the reins. Look at Keke Palmer. Keke Palmer is doing really well. People in their 20-somethings, they're running the show. It's starting to get harder and harder for Taraji to be even considered a leading lady or even having a really good role. If maybe she should try more love interest movies, love stories that can give her range as far as her acting ability. Not to mention, she could also be in more action movies where I could see her being a woman behind the wheel of a vehicle, being chased by people. I could see that because she does look like the everyday woman now that she's gotten older. It's possible, but it's not probable.
She did an action movie, if I remember correctly. One of those movies she was doing.
She did?
Action movie.
What movie was this?
Not Hustle and Flow.
No, not Hustle and Flow. I think she was an assassin or something. I'm trying to.
Smoking Aces.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
That was 2006, though. Yeah, that was a long time ago.
2006?
For Smoking Aces,
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, most of the movies that she's done.
Maybe it was something else, maybe it was somebody else. I thought it was her. But yeah, it's gonna be more. It's gonna.
I just don't think she's that good.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
Even somebody was saying, well, Halle Berry did the downtrodden Black woman, and I get that, but Halle was playing a whole bunch of different roles before she got an Oscar, though.
And she's damn good.
And she's good.
Right.
So it wasn't just she was just playing downtrodden Black woman all the time. It was she could be the hero, she could be the damsel in distress. I mean, she was doing a whole bunch of stuff. Taraji don't have that range.
No.
Yeah. Even when somebody said Denzel, I don't think he was I don't think when he won for Training Day, I don't think him as this downtrodden black man. He was an actual straight up villain.
Yeah.
He still
Man,
looked like an imposing person, you know. So I just, but
I'll never
Taraji,
forget when I first saw Denzel in Glory. That was like, wow.
oh, that was magical. I mean, just I remember him in Glory.
When he sat there and he was getting whooped, and you saw that one single tear.
Yeah.
And he was just taking it, but the only thing that he would let out was that one tear. I was like, damn. Yeah, he was good. He was good.
I mean, just versatile. And he had to play a villain to get the Oscar in Training Day, but come on, we know Denzel had so many different roles, he was playing so many different characters. Taraji didn't do that. All she's known for is Cookie and being a Cookie-like character. That's all she's known for. Or being the downtrodden black woman.
And Nia Long is rocking in the same boat as Taraji. She alright, you know.
But Nia Long, I mean, look, I would say Nia Long is probably in a better position than Taraji because she played different roles too. I don't know, man. I don't know what she's gonna do. I don't know.
She can be black and die. Well, we're getting close to the 4-hour mark. I think I'm gonna cut it at this point and let you all give your final thoughts. So I'm gonna start with Brother Speak. Brother Speak, sir, thank you for coming. Do you have any final thoughts that you'd like to share about this broadcast or anything you heard, or maybe even anything else you'd like to comment on?
All right. Well, Dr. Umar putting his foot in his mouth as usual, and the take was a bad take. Maybe if he could have said it better, maybe it would have been a better way to say it. But that take was just horrible, and then just like if you want to turn black women against you, Will, you just did it, buddy. Good job. Dr. Jackie, I think she let her frustration with character with certain patients get to her, and she said some dumb stuff that she shouldn't have said, and that have gotten other professional people got fired for. She just lucked up. So but that's how some black folks feel about them because they wasn't accepted in our community like that. Fawn Simone, I'm like, I don't see why people are angry with her. She got her man. That's what she wanted. I mean, it is what it is. We'll see how that goes. And Taraji, well, she just Taraji stuck. That's all I can say. Taraji is stuck where she is. That's it. But thank you for having me up here.
All right, thank you, Brother Speak. Everybody subscribe to Brother Speak. Yeah, subscribe to the Brother Speak podcast.
Subscribe.
I put his link in the chat room. Everybody subscribe. Brother Speaks, thank you for coming. Hope to hear from you again next time I go live.
No problem.
Oh, and before you go, sorry. Oh, okay. Faith, let me put you on. Boom. All right, Faith. I actually was going to ask Brother Speaks before he left if he had anything planned for the rest of the week. Sorry about that. So, Faith, before you give your final thoughts, do you have anything planned for the rest of anytime this week for us to be looking out for?
No, not right now. I mean, the holidays are still here, so I'm still in celebration mode. We got New Year's coming up. So I'm really excited about that. I'm about to, ring it in, true this year. I got a few New Year's resolutions at my repertoire.
Okay.
So, I'm excited. Excited.
Okay, we'll stand by in case you do anything as far as on your channel, the Faith Factor YouTube channel. Everybody subscribe to the Faith Factor's YouTube channel. I dropped the links in the chat room. And I'm going to give you your solo mode. Faith, do you have any final words?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, when it comes to the whole Simone Biles thing, I just kind of think that it's really a shame that we like to meddle so much in other people's relationships as a Black community. I see Black people as being extremely detrimental to the growth of nurturing, Black relationships, period. Whether it be marriages, whether it be just girlfriend and boyfriend. If it has anything to do with the Black community is going to destroy it. Anything good, we want to destroy it. Because, a lot of us are not happy ourselves. So we see two young people getting together. They're doing an interview. They're innocently answering questions. And so now here come the Black community, relationship killers. We're going to make a big nothing burger out of out of nothing. It's a big fat nothing burger. It have nothing to do with Black women. It have nothing to do with divesting. It has nothing to do with nothing. It's a big fat nothing burger that we're making, but everybody's making a big deal out of it anyway. And I think it does more harm than good. We can, of course, this is the internet. We can have these discussions or what have you, but I think that, when we start making something out of stuff that really shouldn't be made something out of, it just speaks to how bored we are and how some of us just really only care about pushing our narratives. And we're not really thinking before we put out content anymore. It's just kind of thoughtless ramblings of multiple lunatics online now. That's what I'm seeing. As far as who is that? Taraji, like Bro Speak says, she's stuck. She's typecast. I don't think she's that great of an actress. I don't see anything that she's done that has been, Oscar worthy or Academy Award worthy. The most that I can remember her from was a line out of a movie that was very old called Baby Boy, and that's it. That's it. She's not memorable beyond that. Like I even forgot she was in Hidden Figures. So she's gonna have to do something to set herself apart and stand out, like Halle Berry did, like Viola Davis did, like every other A-list actress has done. She's gonna have to find that role, like Melanated Vessel said, that's her role. And she's got to do the damn thing. And she's got to break out of this typecast situation that she's in. But right now she's stuck. There's nothing more about it. She's stuck. And some of that is her responsibility. It's not just the team. That's on her too. And who else? Umar Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, throw him away. Umar Johnson's priorities have always been a little questionable. And, we understand why it took him so long to build that school, because he was too busy tricking. So, next. Why do we still even support this guy? Next. He's sitting up here talking about what's the guy beating up on the white woman?
Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, Jonathan Majors should have been with a Black woman. A Black woman wouldn't have, did this and did that. Please cancel Umar. I can't stress enough, Black women. We gotta just stop, supporting these guys. Just decenter them all together. And I'm not just saying this because I love Black men. I do. I'm with a beautiful, wonderful Black man. Spade is wonderful. Like I said, he even got young girls after him on YouTube. So I feel like I got a catch. But a lot of these men, and I'm talking about the collective, just the collective. A lot of these guys, they're so used to Black women being the GOAT. They're so used to us muling for them and, just taking on all of the pressures of life and society for them, that they don't care that they're breaking us in the process. Black men will break a black woman, toss her to the side like she's a broken doll, and then pull another black woman so he can do the same thing to her. And we're like cows standing in the slaughter line. We can see a black man doing this over and over again, and we'll just, hey, it's my turn to get broken into pieces. My turn to be the backbone and get broke off. It's time for us to worry about ourselves. Do what makes us happy. Put ourselves first. Put our children first. That's another thing. I don't really see black women putting the children first. I really don't. And before anybody comes for me, you see it all the time. All the time. We're not centering our children. There's too much emphasis on leveling up. Too much emphasis on divesting. Too much emphasis on men. And you gotta, love yourself first. Like there was a young lady that was just on this panel, beautiful. She looked just fine. But she's too much emphasis on how can I find a man? How can I attract a man? What do I look like? I got these breastises. Do you think a black man will love these breastises? It's too much emphasis on the wrong thing. First, learn to love yourself. And that confidence is going to shine from the inside out. And you will then and only then attract what you want. Right now, you're getting what you're getting because your focus is in the wrong place. And so you're going to attract somebody who's superficial. White men are superficial. They're not the holy grail either. And so they'll bounce on top of those fake titties, nut all on your face and everything else, and then they'll discard you too. Get you some substance. Work on yourself. Work on cultivating who you are so that you're fascinating. Like CK said, he and I have a lot in common because we can talk for hours about anything and we complement each other. And so that's what you want. And no other woman is going to be able to duplicate Faith. Just like no other man is going to be able to duplicate Spade. So I'm going to end on that note, but thank you so much for having me up.
Hey, thanks for coming. Really appreciate it. If you have anything going on with your YouTube channel for the rest of the week, I will be sure to share it. Everybody subscribe to the Faith Factor YouTube channel. Thanks again, Faith, for giving us your insight and excellent commentary.
Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you so much again. Well, I'm about to hop down and I'm going to let you have it.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So great broadcast tonight. I think so. Patting myself on the back. And a lot of excellent commentary. Nobody from the Dr. Umar sector came up and hit the link. Nobody from the Dr. Jackie coalition came up and hit the link. I think it's safe to say that everybody is preferring the comment section. In the comment section, you will stay. So that is the video. What do you think? Let me know in the comment section your thoughts. Thumbs up the video, share your social media, subscribe. Also, I think I might go back to doing broadcast on Holding All the Aces YouTube channel and instead of streaming everywhere else. So definitely go to my About section on any of my channels to get my links from the link called All My Links. Thanks for watching. Subscribe, click the notification bell, thumb up the video, share it to your social media, and all that fun stuff. See you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Go forth, do great things, and I'm out. Peace. And boom.